Show me a connection, please. Let's get this. Start this macro.
I've been talked about, I've been put out, I've been left alone. Yeah. I've done my time, almost lost my wife. I've gotta change. Yeah. Listen, never jumped on you, never put you through. So what you gonna do? Living wrong, checkmate. Mama always told me I would be just like my father. That sneak just like him, creep just like him, cheat just like him, be just like him. I hated that I put you through what Mama always said I'd do. But I swear I've changed, I'm not the same. So why you wanna put me through? Oh, I've been talked about, I've been put out, I've been left alone. Yeah. I may not be the perfect man, but at least I keep it real. Never once denied or tried to hide the way I truly feel. You will go around acting like yo don't stink at all. Now your cover's blown, don't lie because I tell you what I saw. What's wrong with someone else? See, I saw you, cause I was proving that myself. Oh, they talked about, yeah. I've been put out, I've been left alone. Doing wrong. See, I've done my time, almost lost my wife, yeah. Oh, I gotta change, yeah. Living wrong, doing wrong. What's wrong with someone else? With my own two eyes, I saw you there, you know why. Saw you was ruined them. I was supposed to be there, but some reason I've been doing wrong. Good God Almighty, I've been doing wrong. Doing wrong. Everybody sing with me. Doing wrong. They'd say, where did he go wrong, my Lord? We planned and worked hard from the very start. Tried to make him better than all the rest, but the brother proved to be so much less. But sometimes you wonder now and then, the only time he chooses you when there's something to lose through his personal loss, and the friend pays the cost all the time. Must be something that's freezing his mind that has made him through grief so very blind, and I don't think he's gonna make this time.
With the foes and the moles, walk to the store for the rolls, talking straightforward to hoes. Got uncles that smoking, some put blow up their nose to cope with their lows. The wind is cold and it blows. In they socks and they soles, niggas holding they rolls. Corners leave souls opened and closed, hoping for more with nowhere to go. Niggas rolling in droves, they shoot the wrong way cause they ain't knowing they goes. The streets ain't safe cause they ain't knowing the code. By the foes I was told either focus or fold. Got cousins with flows, hope they open some doors so we can cop clothes and roll in the rolls. Now I roll in the O's with windows that don't roll. Down the roads with cars get broken and stole. These are the stories told by Stony and Cottage Grove. The world is cold, the block is hot as a stove on the corners.
I wish I could give this feeling. I wish I could give this feeling. On the corners, niggas ride, kill, dying just to make a living.
We overstated, we underrated, we educated. The corner was our time when time stood still in gators and snakeskins and yellow and pink and color blue profiles glorifying them.
Street lights and deep nights, cats trying to eat right. Riding those seat bikes with work to feed heights so they can keep sweet nights. They head in their feet right. Desires of street life, cars and weed types. It's hard to breathe nights. Days are thief-like. The beast roam the streets. The police is Greek-like. Game at its peak. We speak in.
The following program has been rated B for boring.
Fuck out of here with this whole ass shit. I'm talking to.
You're not niggas.
Keyboard warrior ass bitch.
You think everything's so damn easy, don't you, Greg?
That's true.
You work or you starve. I want to eat sirloin.
Why do you feel there's a group of brothers and sisters who don't like you? Because there was a whole bunch of brothers and sisters that didn't like Jesus Christ. that's why. And ain't nobody ever been put on this earth that everybody liked. They done killed Martin Luther King, and the only thing he kept singing was, "We shall overcome in love and peace." Killed him, wiped him out. Killed Malcolm. Wiped out everybody, man. Don't you understand? And some cat hired 3 black cats to wipe out the man who was the martyr of our time. And when they killed him, he had half a church full of people. It wasn't like it was Pat and Jam, because already he was losing. And he says it himself, if you read his works, that there's a whole bunch of niggas that don't like me. Black folks like me, but not the niggas. Which is true. And 3 black kept 3 niggas knocked him off.
I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
It has been 58 and a half years since Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his iconic "I Have a Dream" speech. Since that time, Congress has passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and many other steps have been taken to improve equality for Americans of color. Still, we continue to see instances of individual and institutional racism right here in Utah.
My oldest son is 11. My middle son, he'll be 10 on Thursday. And then my youngest son is 4. They don't know nigga. If I ask them right now, what is a nigga, they would not be able to tell you. And I take pride in that as a father. I take pride in that as a black, African-American, Moorish man, Hebrew Israelite man. In the
One thing that I would say that I came away with was how genuine and how wonderful our black friends and neighbors are. They are deep thinkers. They are hard workers. They are everything that you would expect them to be, you know, and the wonderful thing is that they are anxious to engage with us, anxious to be our friends.
Greetings, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Another episode of The Big Move. And I'm here in the garage wiping down the final parts to my daughter's bed. The owners of the property, they're family friends, and they were gracious enough to rent to us. It was an awesome opportunity. We've known them for a long time. Not only them, but their family members, they're very supportive of us too. So, owner of the property, his father, he came by today and dropped off a couch. And it's a beautiful sectional, you know, it's huge. Everyone can sit on it. Everyone in the family, so that's awesome. You know, my wife, she wanted to get a couch, and we've been looking online. So the mother of the owner, she came and brought a whole bunch of stuff. You know, stuff that they weren't using or was in storage, and they brought it, and just house decorations and mirrors to put on the wall. She brought chairs for inside and chairs for outside. Once we announced that we were moving to Utah, we had quite a few people, not a lot, but just, you know, a handful of people who had reservations and in their own way had negative things to say about us moving here. And that, the interesting thing was that their perspective was based on the fact that there's not a lot of quote unquote black people or African American people in Utah. So really it's like the concept of race jades people's perspectives on things. how they see things. And race, in and of itself, is a concept. That's all.
Well, hey guys, that incident is troubling to members of the community who just want to see something done to end this bullying and racism. The video posted to Snapchat and using a filter lasts just several seconds. While a school bus is in motion, several boys surround a black student.
Black guy!
The student who's surrounded then yells, "Stop touching me," before the video abruptly ends.
After a series of racist incidents in schools across Utah over the last few months, activist Darlene McDonald, a native of South Salt Lake City, is sounding the alarm. McDonald outlines a series of incidents, including an Instagram page that recently came to light involving students at Sunset Ridge Middle School in West Jordan, Utah. The social media page targeted black students by posting photos of them captioned with insult, including, "Shut up, you're black."
And race, in and of itself, is a concept. That's all.
Another incident from Bluffdale High School in Bluffdale, Utah, involved a school-sanctioned illustration of a black man depicted in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit for a fundraising event. The school's director told a local media outlet he's sorry, admitting it was insensitive. However, another incident sparked more controversy at Skyview High School in Smithfield, Utah, just 2 weeks ago. Two students showed up on Halloween. One was dressed as a basketball player in blackface, and another was dressed as the KKK. That same day, the school district invited Jacqueline Thompson to facilitate diversity training.
The parents of some of the students were so offended by her diversity training that the principal apologized to the parents and saying maybe we shouldn't have showed the video, made absolutely no mention regarding the students showing up in blackface and dressed as the KKK.
Some of those parents are part of the Facebook group Utah Parents United, which has more than 5,300 followers. Several posts on the page reveal parents are often upset when their kids are given assignments that involve racial.
Moving around and around. All right. That was just a little taste of that initial video. There's a bunch of stuff to cover in that. Welcome, my Zero watchers. This is some middle of the night walkthrough type material for a series of live streams I plan to do on a different channel. But I want to burn in my configuration, my equipment setup, and this is the perfect place to do it. And so I'm starting out with, I'm using Open Broadcast System. It's a free software, OBS. A lot of people think it's difficult. It's not difficult, it just has a lot of options. And using the advanced scene switcher, it becomes even much easier. That whole introductory sequence, that was all done, pre-programmed in advanced scene switcher. I just had to run the macro, and it ran all of those scenes with timers for how long to show each scene and everything. So it's pretty neat. So what I want to do is play with some of my tools and walk through it in a semi-live kind of format. I actually did like a 20-minute live stream where I was unlisted for this. I didn't know I was unlisted, so I'm back to try to do it in front of a potential audience, even if there's nobody here. The replay should be there. Okay, so I like that. See that graphic with my, you can tell I'm talking, and I like that. I like that avatar, and that's up there using the downstream keyer, so I can place that in front of any scene that's playing.
This following alleged show is hecka hella intentionally boring. Less than zero effort has been put forth to entertain anyone. The host's voice is the definition of monotone, and he knows it, and will do nothing to mitigate the wanton and reckless calm that it has been known to evoke in humans, animals, plants, insects and inanimate objects. If you proceed to this live stream, your life will be unchanged in every way. It will be the most unexplainable waste of time in the history of your existence. As I mentioned last episode, if you care about the environment and puppies, you would not be caught dead watching an arrogantly uneventful show such as this.
I need to give me some applause. Give me some laughter for myself. And so I'm going to go back to that video from Joe Trey season 1 about Utah. And that's actually not it. It's
Mr.
Against Rogers right there. And let's roll back a little bit, talk about some stuff here. So what's interesting about this video in 2025 context, this was released in 2023, is that initially I was just collecting clips of recent racist incidents in Utah, because Utah really is like a city. It's only 5 million people in the whole state. 38,000 black people, 5 million other people, right? And where Lennon was living, it's 1,200 black people before, right? He's since moved to a place with, 2 digits black people, right? And so in this clip, he's talking about Alpine School District, right? Let me pull out one of my tools I want to play with. So if you look here, that's Alpine School District. This is just a video. This is where they're on the bus. They're harassing the dudes. So I'm like, hey, black guy, and, filming him and everything. And in Alpine School District is a part of Utah where there are 77 black people total. 0.1% of the population in that city is black. 77. Yet they maintain a kind of a hate or a harassment posture toward black people. It's not based on black people in their city. It's just based on black people in general. And so, hey, Tomboy89, your son used to live in Utah? Yeah. Yeah, we know Utah. It's NBA players that refuse to play in Utah. Yeah. And so when this video came out, we were just looking for video clips in Utah that were current. Now it turns out Lennon Honor has moved to Alpine School District. They have only one high school. So odds are the kids that are on this bus harassing this black student are now in the high school with his children. And Alpine School District has so many scandals. There's an article out that said that the federal government had to get involved because they had over 100 sexual assault complaints that were not handled properly, from student to student, from teacher to student. And across the state of Utah, there seems to be a trend where they don't prosecute sexual assault. Now, for a man with 2 daughters in the school system, I would think he would be worried about that. Particularly if you think about what happens with sexual assault, the people who are the most defenseless in society are the ones who that's used as a weapon against. And so I'm going to finish a little bit more of this video. Let's go back to the beginning part where he said his kids don't know nigger. Right here. And it made him proud.
Don't know nigger. If I asked them right now, what is a nigger, they would not be able to tell you. And I take pride in that as a father. I take pride in that as a black African-American Moorish man, Hebrew Israelite man.
And that was in 2016, I believe. 2015, 2016. I think that's 10 years ago. That's crazy. His kids know what it is now. And taking kids like that unprepared and dropping them into a racist environment is cruel and unusual punishment to me. Let's see what else we have in this. And another part that you can tell that there's an issue in Utah is this news clip where they talk about black people as if they're aliens.
One thing that I would say that I came away with was how genuine and how wonderful our black friends and neighbors are. They are deep thinkers. They are hard workers. They are everything that you would expect them to be, you know, and the wonderful thing is that they are anxious to engage with us, anxious to be our friends.
Now what year would you imagine that was? If you were to see that as a sound bite or as a clip posted somewhere, would you think that this was 2023? He's talking about black people as if they really exist, like maybe that, like they're a myth or something. Our black friends, they want to be our friend. That's crazy talk. So them having that experience and having that reality, it's okay. You can have a Utah. The thing that's crazy about it is a black person with black children moving to this place, because you can't expect this place to change. It doesn't even mean that the people there are bad people, but this disposition is on the news. You can't expect them to change. The whole society is not going to wrap around and change for you. So what's going to happen in school when they cover topics related to black kids, to black history, everything? These kids will be in there unarmed because their father says race is a fallacy. I know what he means when he says it, but that's not helping your kids. Watch some more here.
Greetings, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Another episode of The Big Move. And I'm here in the garage wiping down the final parts to my daughter's bed. The owners of the property, they're family friends, and they were gracious enough to rent to us. It was an awesome opportunity. We've known them for a long time. Not only them, but their family members, they're very supportive of us too. So the owner of the property, his father, he came by today and dropped off a couch. And it's a beautiful sectional, you know, it's huge. Everyone can sit on it. Everyone in the family, so that's awesome. You know, my wife, she wanted to get a couch, and we've been looking online. So we get the mother of the owner, she came and brought a whole bunch of stuff. You know, stuff that they weren't using or was in storage, and they brought it, and just house decorations and mirrors to put on the wall. She brought chairs for inside and chairs for outside. Once we announced that we were moving to Utah, we had quite a few people, not a lot, but just, you know, a handful of people who had reservations and in their own way had negative things to say about us moving here. And that, the interesting thing was that their perspective was based on the fact that there's not a lot of quote unquote black people or African American people in Utah. So really it's like the concept of race jades people's perspectives on things.
Izzy Tishner is the one that got me, because this is in the Davis School District. The federal government also got involved with this and published a report about, because the state government in Utah, they don't do anything. It's always the Board of Education that gets involved in Utah incidents. And so there's a bunch of federal investigations of individual school districts in this one state. And so the Izzy Tishner situation was in Davis, right? But there's also the investigation recently published for Alpine, and Alpine's is crazy. Over 100 cases of sexual assault, student to teacher, teacher to student. I mean, it's actually student to student and teacher to student. That's crazy. And so the relevance for today of Izzy Tishner is that she's autistic, right? She's labeled as autistic. This is the point. She is part of the special education system. And the label for her autism and for her whatever else she was diagnosed with, probably ADHD and medication if she was on medication, all of that was done by that school system, most likely. And so what's interesting, the Umar Johnson and Lennon Honor, the beef between those two, this is what Umar Johnson has been talking about for years. Before he became a social media influencer and destroyed his reputation, before he went over to House of Consciousness and put on the cute little hats and start talking street, what he was known for was talking about railroading the black students into special education. Izzy Tishner was one of those children, because what's the likelihood of so many black students in a state with so few black people still being in special education? What's the likelihood? And I'm saying that because I'm looking at this article and then I'm operating from the knowledge that one of Lennon Honor's children was also labeled ADHD and autistic. And we happen to know those kids from online for so many years. He didn't become autistic in special needs, special education until he got to Utah.
And how they see things. And race, in and of itself, is a concept. That's all.
Well, hey guys, that incident is troubling to members of the community who just want to see something done to end this bullying and racism. The video posted to Snapchat and using a filter lasts just several seconds. While a school bus is in motion, several boys surround a black student.
Black guy.
The student who's surrounded then yells, "Stop touching me," before the video abruptly ends.
After a series of racist incidents in schools across Utah over the last few months, activist Darlene McDonald, a native of South Salt Lake City, is sounding the alarm. McDonald outlines a series of incidents, including an Instagram page that recently came to light involving students at Sunset Ridge Middle School in West Jordan, Utah. The social media page targeted black students by posting photos of them captioned with insult, including, "Shut up, you're black."
And race, in and of itself, is a concept. That's all.
Interesting thing about the Instagram thing, is that school was 3 miles from Lennon's house. 4 miles from Lennon's house. And it's most likely the school that his kids went to. And it's likely that the pictures, one of those pictures or more of those pictures was from his kids. His sons are probably in that set. But see, he refused the entire time he was there to say a single thing about the racism his kids were facing in Utah, the challenges they would face as people, the challenges to their esteem, the challenges to their existence, being surrounded by people who have an opinion, because you have a state religion that says that black people are cursed. Now, what chance do you think you have there without any kind of strong foundation? If there was a group of families there that they were connected to, that'd be one thing. But one thing I know about Lennon, we all know about Lennon who followed him, is that he does not like black people. So the chance of him connecting up with the other black families to link up into some kind of a network is slim to none. Slim to none. He doesn't want black people around his wife or his kids. And the problem with it is that the price for that will be paid by his kids, because he sent them out there improperly prepared to deal with what they were going to deal with.
Another incident from Bluffdale High School in Bluffdale, Utah, involved a school-sanctioned illustration of a black man depicted in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit for a fundraising event. The school's director told of a black man depicted in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit for a fundraising event. The school's director told a local media
Oh, I was muted. And so we look at this this incarceration rate. In 2017, black people were incarcerated at 6.2 times the rate of white people, and Native American people were incarcerated at 5.4 times that of white people. And this is a place where the Native American and African American population is really, really, really small. And you combine this with the special education threat. Special education is not just giving them an IEP and giving them medication that alters their mind, it's giving them a subpar education. So if they had any aspirations of going to college or really learning something, it's going to be limited by being labeled as something special. And the idea that Umar Johnson was talking about this for years and years and years, and not just him, there's other scholars that were talking about the same thing. And Lenin was collecting every single Umar Johnson video and talking religiously about this guy, while at the same time allowing them to do the very thing that he's talking about to his own kids. It's crazy to even think about.
Outlet, he's sorry, admitting it was insensitive. However, another incident sparked more controversy at Skyview High School in Smithfield, Utah, just 2 weeks ago. Two students showed up on Halloween. One was dressed as a basketball player in blackface, and another was dressed as the KKK. That same day, the school district invited Jacqueline Thompson to facilitate diversity training.
The parents of some of the students were so offended by her diversity training that the principal apologized to the parents and saying maybe we shouldn't have showed the video, made absolutely no mention regarding the students showing up in blackface and dressed as the KKK.
Some of those parents are part of the Facebook group Utah Parents United, which has more than 5,300 followers. Parents are often upset when their kids are given assignments that involve racial issues.
Race is just a concept. It's not rooted in science whatsoever.
That is crazy. So we're going to move on past that point. That's from Joe Trace season 1 over on my Joe Trace channel. And that link, let me put that link in the chat. It's https youtube.com/@JoeTrace. All right. Full video is over there. And also you can see it from my main page. Oh, that guy is Lenin Honor. He's one of our topics in this place you stumble into. And so we're gonna take a look at some of the stuff that Lenin Honor was doing back in 2013. The title of this live stream, when it finally goes up, will be, I'm thinking, will be the tragedy of Dr. Umar Johnson. And what I'm getting at with that is the real tragedy is that the topic that he used to champion is now lost, and people are no longer talking about ADHD diagnosis and kids being railroaded into that system. They're no longer speaking about that. And that's the real tragedy of the whole social media thing with him. And it's all his fault. But I want to get back to that topic, and I also want to show how even the people talking about Umar Johnson are suffering from that same issue. And I got to do this in a way that doesn't violate the privacy of his children.
Getting back to this special ed thing. Parents, listen. The learning disability is not a scientific fact, it's an opinion. The math disability is not a scientific fact, it's an opinion. Mild mental retardation, ADHD, conduct for which our children are thrown in special ed jail cannot be proven to exist. They are nothing more than opinions.
And that should have been a smoother transition. Let's see. Yeah. And so that's the base of it, is that those are opinions, working theories, and that there is a bunch of variability when it comes to diagnosis of mental health issues, period. Mental health diagnosis is, notoriously unscientific. It's a lot of hit and miss. And when you throw in the financial incentive of residual income from prescribing drugs and drug treatments that will, a person's going to take for years and years, and that doctor's going to get paid from that for all those years, it becomes very, very important that individuals get second and third opinions, and that they really consider the source when they're getting information about their own children. When you get information about your own children, just giving your kids some medication because the doctor says so is an issue, especially if when there's no test that they can run to tell you specifically that you have that thing. It's got to be pulled through a person's individual judgment. And that makes it, right for malarkey. It turns it into a snake oil salesman kind of thing. Like, can you really tell me that my kid should be taking mind-altering drugs because of some tests? With Lyndon Honor and his move to Utah, he took homeschool children. So kids who had never been to school in their entire life going to school at 14 and 13 for the first time in a homeschool program that was not really a program. They had no idea what their grade levels were in math or reading or anything. They were just in a room on the computer and reading books, following their own interests, kind of like doing a Montessori method. Like a Montessori method instead of, getting an actual education. I can understand the Montessori method for a certain period of time because Lyndon Honor's wife was a Montessori teacher. So I can see for a while. But 13 and 14? Now, the first time they entered the school district, if you looked at them and you listened to them, they sounded like they were like 9 and 10 years old. Their vocabulary, the way they held themselves together, it was like little kids. They were emaciated. They were very, very thin. They had been on a vegan diet. They were malnourished. There's a difference if it's a vegan diet and the people implementing the diet kind of know what they're doing. But most of the things that we've seen in the Honor household, they describe them in very positive ways. But I think the way they execute is suspect. Because those kids all look like they were malnourished. And going to school, you can look at pictures of them now and they still look incredibly thin. Too thin. They still look like they're 4 years younger than they are. The body is too thin. And so let me pull up so I want to go back to the year 2013. And Tomboy 89, what I'm doing is I'm walking through a bunch of material that's part of a larger puzzle piece. It's a puzzle piece that's part of a larger picture that will be displayed somewhere else on another channel. So these things will be put into a video format. I'm just kind of walking through them all and talking through it all and playing with my tools at the same time. And so, you say you were in special education? It's interesting. And so, the issue with special education is just, not that special education is bad or something. It's just that the idea that, I think Dr. Juanza Kunjufu talked about the ratios. He was talking about 41% of public school children in special education were Black, while being only 17% of the population of public schools. And that was the issue. Then the medication, the ones that were on medication or some kind of behavioral therapy, or just getting a subpar education, not being able to compete with the other kids, and connecting that to the prison to the school to prison pipeline, or what, as I call it, the per pupil funding to per prisoner funding pipeline. And that happened to a lot of people that I know personally. And the question becomes, like, who made that decision? Was that person really special needs? And should it have been handled that way? With Leonard's children, I could see how if you've been homeschooled your whole life and then you're dropped into the 8th grade in a whole different place, your scores are all going to be low. You're going to struggle with everything. You're going to struggle with sitting in the same place for that amount of time because you've never done it. You're going to struggle with having that many people around you that you don't know. You're going to struggle in so many ways. And I'm thinking about it from even an honest teacher or someone that's at that school. If they're looking at the results, they're seeing a kid that is behind, and they're going to apply what they know to apply. Okay. Usually if it's a kid that's been in school his whole life and he's getting these kind of scores and having these kind of issues, that means there's something wrong with him. But in Leonard Honors Kids' case, they were just held out of education for so long with no preparation for real school. And while they were in the house with their father, he was filling their head with nonsense. And they won't realize that it was nonsense until they're 25, 30 years old. That, he was telling us nonsense the entire time. He was expressing his fear of everything. And he limited their choices in their life by doing that. He was against college. He was against public school. He was against college. He was against nutrition. He was against everything. And if you look at his life, he went to public school. He had the honor of going to a performing arts school, right? He went to 5 years of college where he was mentored from high school all the way through college by a world-class musician. He went on tour with that musician after college. All these things that he had opportunities to do, his kids had no chance of any of that. His last 3 kids didn't have social security numbers or birth certificates, nothing. He decided consciously that they would not have that. He decided to take away all of their choices. And the only reason they ever got free from that was because of their mother. She rescued them from that. I'm going to show you some of his content. Let's go look at some of that stuff from way back when. Anthem. There's a homeschool stuff. Psychology stuff. What's this one with college? Yeah, we can see something with this college one. Let's look at this college one real quick. And turn that off. This is unreleased content, so it's got some. Sponsor so I can hear myself.
He says, I know you both are young, but do you have any idea what you might want to major in when you go to college? So if you guys want to go to college, what would be your field?
Yeah, well, I want to highlight that. That's quick, right? What he just did was he took a question from the chat. Let me set the context. This is the first day. Tomorrow is their first day of school. And he insists on live streaming this to the audience. It's their first day of school, and he wants them to talk to the public about going to school tomorrow for the first time. And so the chat in his live stream are asking questions of the kids. And so he just read the question about college. They heard the question. They should have been able to answer the question. But because he has a strong opinion about college, he decides to restate the question with his tone. And his tone is communicating something. Listen to it again.
I know you both are young, but do you have any idea what you might want to major in when you go to college? So if you guys want to go to college,
if you want to go to college, that implies something, you know. And for me, it's like I used to get upset whenever I heard somebody do that. Like the whole idea that college is optional, or that in this modern time you would even be presenting that to your kids. Like they have to have some training above high school in order to be able to make a living. And so when he did that, if you want to go to college, his wife her face frowned up also, because she knows what he's doing. He's trying to prevent them. He's trying to float the idea that they don't need it. He has whole videos where he's talking about you don't need college, and college is an illusion. If you got a degree, it's an illusion that you'll be successful. And so he's still trying to control his kids on the eve of their breakout in the public school. It's the mother who wants them to go to school and be plugged into society and have a chance in this life. If it's up to Lenin, they would stay in the house underneath his control. So if you go back again and you look at those kids now, if you just looked at their bodies, the body language and everything, how old would you say those kids are? Oh, how did he get away from Social Security numbers? Let me answer that question. He got away from Social Security numbers because he delivered his last 3 children at home with his own hands. And he delivered his last 3 children at home because at the birthing center where they had the first 2 children, the birthing center staff were concerned that he may be abusing her. So they took her to the side and asked her these kind of questions. And when she told him about it, he got mad, and they decided to have their children in the house instead, with no medical assistance, no oversight, and all the risk was hers. 12 and 8. And the thing about the ages is, it's crazy that if you listen to them talk, to me, I hear a 9-year-old and a 9-year-old, or 9-year-old and an 8-year-old. I really feel like the youngest one sounds older than the older one, but they both are. Look at their bodies. Look how skinny they are. That's a 14-year-old next to Lenin in the red, and that's a 13-year-old next to the mom. Unbelievable. And when you listen to them talk, they really sound young. And this is no disrespect to the kids. You take kids like this and drop them into the pool with kids their age, and they will all sound the same in 6 months. In 6 months, you won't be able to tell the difference. But the fact that they've been isolated, that this 14-year-old has been isolated with these other younger siblings for all this time, not in any sports program, he doesn't have any muscle mass, no nothing. He can't defend himself, nothing. And the thing is that if I was to show you pictures of them today, which I won't, the 14-year-old became a personal trainer. He started lifting weights and trying to get his body big enough so that he could feel like a man. And it's a direct response to how he was kept in this environment. He was really running a cult over there, I thought. And so prior to the first day of school, this is the conversation. And his attitude towards college, I need to put the rest of the clips up here to show over the years going way back, Lenin Honor was always making these comments about college. He didn't want his kids in the public school system. He didn't trust the people, blah, blah, blah. And you would think that puts him on the same page with Dr. Umar Johnson, who spoke earlier. And I think for a time they were on the same page. But what happened later is tragic. But let's listen to the rest of this uninterrupted. Where's that?
You go to college. So
all right, start over. Yeah, I should let the audio play though.
He says, I know you both are young, but do you have any idea what you might want to major in when you go to college? So if you guys want to go to college, what would be your field of expertise that you're going to study, that you would like to study?
Director.
What about you, Albie?
I'd like to study history.
Okay. Yeah, this is true. It's possible.
His body language, if I play that full clip, I have the full unedited clip. His body language is communicating a lot of things, and those kids know it. And you could see that they know it. And the mom has a physical cartoon character frown on her face. It's actually an upside. She has a cartoon character frown. Look at that again. That's a cartoon character. And the idea that he would want to deprive his kids of all the things that led him to opportunities and everything is crazy. Let me find the clip about the sovereign citizen part. Here it is right here.
Guideline, you go into contract on particular levels. If you look at it, much of the
so this is a previous iteration of the same guy. This is 6 years earlier. He was something like a cult leader, and his cult was his family. His wife was his first, that's his first victim, in my opinion.
Structure that is in place, the power structure is based upon contract, because everything, mostly everything is based upon business principles. That includes marriage. And that's why you have to go get a license for certain things, right? You got to go get a marriage license. Why would someone have to go get a license? The state guaranteed, when you got to go get a license, that means you're asking for permission. You go get a driver's license. You have to go ask for permission to get on the road. And if you don't have it, in general, if you don't have it, then you don't have free license to get on the road. But there are other ways of dealing with that, and I don't have to get into that here.
I don't want to get into that here. And so this book here on the left is the book he wrote, 9/11 Fear-Based Mind Control. And he had, he really believed in himself. The stuff that he wrote, he believed. He wasn't just participating in the genre. He believed it. And so he believes this stuff today also. I mean, it's okay to believe what you want to believe. The problem I'm having is the impact on the children and how his fears and his ridiculousness translated to putting his kids in a very bad position going forward. His parents put him in a better position by sending him to college for 5 years. And he went to a good school. He went to Irvine. And he could have done anything from there. But what he decided to do was take all of those possibilities away from his own children. And so let's finish that little clip.
Right. But the idea is that to come into a level of thinking where you realize that you lay claim to all levels of your creation and that you are the controller of your destiny without having authority figures dictate to you. See, the interesting thing I was thinking about 2 days ago was, someone would argue, well, yes, there must be a system in place that controls people, that keeps people in line so they won't do harmful things to other people, and they won't. That's why we have to have law, and I understand that. But for those of us who have come into a level of spirituality, we recognize that there are spiritual laws that govern the universe that will not allow us to harm people in the first place. So the need for such individuals to be governed, i.e. mind controlled, is not necessary. Such individuals who have come into that level of understanding and spiritualization, where they will not harm other people, they don't need to have a state sanction their marriage. They don't have to have the state sanction the birth of their child, i.e. birth certificate. You got to sign a birth certificate now? What is that? Why? That's part of the control network. And it puts the parent in a position, a subservient position to an authority figure, and the authority figure being the state. In some cases, the authority figure being the doctors who works on behalf of the state, who wants you to sign that paper, because that's a contract. Everything is based upon this business model, but it's not based upon spiritual principle.
Now, if that's not a cult leader talking, I don't know what is. That's a cult leader. And so this is just few years earlier, right? And his kids' choices were limited by this philosophy. In this house where he's sitting is where his kids were born. It's where they were educated or allegedly educated. They were confined to this area. And the area where he was, there was a nice school district, nice facilities, nice parks, everything. But he refused to allow them even to go to school. And when you consider the fact that he later ended up letting them go to school, it becomes even more ridiculous. He could have given all of those kids a chance to really go forward. Yeah, this is Lennon Honor. I sit on the edge of a sector of that used to talk about Umar Johnson about 3 years ago. And Lennon Honor is the number one, he's the number one opponent of Umar Johnson. His whole channel is full of live streams about Umar Johnson. And many people don't know his past. Now, I'm not a supporter of Umar Johnson. I'm a critic of Umar Johnson also, but my criticism of Umar Johnson is substantive. It's based on his viewpoints. It's based on the actual topic. It's not personal. Lennon Honor has taken the Umar Johnson stuff to the level of talking about his feet and his mother and his father, showing his whole family tree and ridiculing him in every possible way. It's beyond anything to do with the topics. And the tragedy for me in it is that the topic of kids being railroaded into special education is lost now. And it's lost not because of Lennon, it's lost because of Umar and his social media, becoming the social media influencer. It kind of overshadowed what he used to do in the past. It's relevant in this talk because of what happened to Lennon Honor's own kids. It just so happens that what Umar Johnson was preaching in the wilderness about is exactly what was done to Lennon Honor's own kids. At least one of them, possibly more than one. One I know for sure. So next up here, I think there's a part B to this or part A. Let me see.
Who tells a woman this is how your pregnancy must be? We're adults. See, part of the spiritualization and the spiritual process, when we talk about the spiritualization of the human being, is to cause the human being to come into a high level of personal responsibility on every level, including creation itself. When we create one of these wonderful babies, to get to a point in our lives where we lay claim to every single experience related to that, including birth. So we gave birth to our children here.
Yeah, and with his children, he used to talk about a lot on the radio, actually, radio interviews. All my information is from public sources, right? And I've known about Lennon for a long time. She was pregnant at least 9 times. And I've got the clips to prove that. At least 9 times. She had a miscarriage after her 5th child. So they were in this tiny 2-bedroom trailer house in California with all of those people. The babies were being born in the house. No paperwork was sent to the state of California about the kids. And so they weren't able to receive any kind of anything, right? And he kept her pregnant. She was pregnant literally all the time. And when they first moved into the place where they had all these kids, they had nothing. They had no refrigerator. They had no stove. They had no washer and dryer. Over on Joe Trace in season 1, I should put the video up to show them talking about that. In fact, let me get a clip of that. I should have a clip of that loaded up in here too. But I personally think of her as his first convert. I think his first victim is her. Because keeping somebody locked in that way, and she's an educated woman. She graduated from college. She was a Montessori teacher when he met her. But she was a person who was suffering from childhood trauma at the same time. And I think most people don't know about her childhood trauma, how she was the only survivor of a fire that killed her cousin, her brother, you know, and there was a big settlement given, and, you know, all kind of stuff happened with that. But I didn't want to make content on it because I didn't want to, you know, build anything on top of anybody else's trauma. Listen, the no fridge, no stove thing, that if what if CPS came to the house of a family? Now look, she was pregnant. She had 3 small kids under 5. She was pregnant with a 4th when they moved in that house. I used to think that the last 3 were birthed in that house, but it was actually the last 2. They moved from a place that had all the appliances, but then that place had some connection to his job. He might have left the job, and I had someone disagreeing with them people and had to find a place quick. So he found this trailer house that had nothing in it. And the thing about it is that he's in the same place with his whole family. His sister, his brother, his mother, everybody's there. He had family support, but he didn't want it. He had worked to isolate himself from them. He wanted complete control of the people in his house. And to move into their house or ask them for some support would, you know, he would risk his control. Because I can't see any situation where you would move a pregnant woman into that kind of situation. And why would she? Why would she go? You know, she grew up poor in the islands. It was a chosen kind of poverty. Her mother and sister were twins, and they wanted her to grow up in poverty. They actually said that. And so they traveled around, and she grew up just like a regular poor kid. But her family is not poor. She doesn't come from a poor family. So let me see what else I have here. I may have to pull up some directly from Joe Trace here to show that. Yeah, I want to show that when they first moved into that place in Hemet, because that was crazy. It's hard to believe it. And he's removed all of the content from his channel that used to, you know, where all this stuff was shown. Only the people that were around back then know about it. I don't think very many people were around. Let me see. Oh, there it is right there. Here's the one from Hemet. We'll play it from YouTube. Let me share this tab real quick. Yeah, it's much easier in StreamYard. I can the washer and dryer thing. I mean, yeah, they eventually got a washer and dryer outside, and I just think you can't take your. I'm sure they've got a microwave or a hot plate or something. Yeah, I'm sure you could make it work, but should you really put your family with small kids in that kind of situation? That is it's just irresponsible. And at the same time he was doing all this, he was releasing content about being a father and being responsible and being a role model for the kids and everything. So let me show some of that while I get this share together. The Speakeasy years ago did a video that has some of that content in it. And he says nigga too much, so that's my problem. That's my tagline. You are not
You're not niggas.
Speakeasy. Okay. It should be easy to share this screen. This is not recommended. Doing anything on the fly. You know, I don't think he's abusing his wife, like physically. I think that his they did a show together called Positive Relations, where they were on every day just about hundreds of shows, right? I have a lot of those shows. He wasn't abusive in any direct way. I think the overall effect of what he did, I feel like, how do I say this? In a way, they were perfect for each other because she's a person who didn't know how to feel because of her trauma. And he is a person who's overbearing to the point that he'll tell you how you're supposed to feel. And so you end up with this perfect match where she feels like he lets her know how she should feel. And they kind of are perfect for each other. He has a blank vessel that he can, work with, and she has someone that can make her feel secure. So I don't think there was an abuse of her in that way. But I think the overall impact of what happened and what he did with them, it hurt everybody in that household. So let me, here's the scene. What I'm doing is adding a share screen. Oh, that's adding a whole scene. Oh, that's why. I found out in my lifetime that whenever something is wrong, it's not working on the computer, it's my fault. It's not, it's operator error. Okay. Give me a window capture. Let's not get too dangerous here. I want to go into studio mode so I can have some security. And so I'm using OBS Studio 31.03, all free. We're gonna do a window capture with audio. Name it Trey Season 1. Ray Holcomb was right. Okay, there we go. Use a Windows 10 capture audio. Hopefully that works. Anything that's in beta is like, it might work. Let's see. We play this and see if the audio comes on. Yeah, audio should be working.
Today, I got out and I said, we've come a really long way since we moved here. We have so much more than we had when we first got here. We have a refrigerator, a washer and dryer. We didn't have a stove. I mean, there were so many things materialistic that we just didn't have.
Were you able to hear that? I see the audio going out. And I got this other system right here. I'll just turn this so I can see. Yeah. Oh, I see. That's echoing, isn't it? It wasn't clear. I wonder why that's echoing. Let me see. Oh, I think I know why. Okay, good. This is what the walkthrough is for. So it's coming through this other port right here. Okay, so now it shouldn't be echoing. Get back over to it. And man, that's a lot of kids. And I like big families, but man.
I got out and I said, we've come a really long way since we moved here. We have so much more than we had when we first got here. We have a refrigerator, a washer and dryer. We didn't have a stove.
Is it still echoing?
There were so many things materialistic that we just didn't have.
It is a beta though. I may have to do this the old-fashioned way and just download this and play it directly. I think I'm going to do that. I don't even want to figure out why anymore. My feelings are hurt. So, because I don't see any other reason why that would be echoing. Yeah, it's not clear. So I'm going to go ahead and just download that video completely and play it that way. In the meantime, I'll play some more of that other video while I get this together. Well, you know what? How about we just keep going? Because I think it's just something to come back to. I'll just make a note of that here to get that video downloaded. Don't do anything on the fly. Yeah. But what she was saying was that they didn't have, she was saying what I'd already said. They didn't have anything. And they were sitting there on Christmas of 2016. Now, the significance of that was that in, I believe it was September, they had a crowdfunding campaign to move on an emergency basis. And so they were supposedly moving to somewhere else in the same place, but they end up eventually moving to Utah. But let me get back to where I was. So the reason I'm talking about all of that was getting back to the special education component and showing that he was an individual that had his family kind of in a cult situation under complete control. He did not trust government anything. He didn't believe in birth certificates, driver's licenses, nothing. Even though he had a birth certificate and a driver's license, and he went to college and a performing arts high school, and he enjoyed all of the things. He had a social security number and everything, right? He enjoyed all those things that he said he now say is bad. He was now telling his family, he was then telling his family that those things were unnecessary and, so on and so forth. And he was talking to his premium members from his website. So all these things he's saying are monetized also, because he had premium members on his channel way before he had them on YouTube. He's always been raising money online for various projects. And he had built a following of people who believed in some of the things that he was saying. He was almost like a religious figure to some of those people. And so the next part of that is, I think we veered pretty far away from the special education. I think I should create like an intro to Lennon Honor for people like you who didn't know who Lennon Honor was. Tomboy 89. So then it would be like, okay, let's start with an intro. I'm over in a place where I know everybody knows him, so I'm talking from that context. But I think I do need to have an intro, like who is this person and why are we, why is this relevant? Put that on my notes here. All right. And let's see. Oh, this is funny. That's a funny one. So we made that part clear. I'm gonna do a little break here and do a clip from back when he was doing the video in the park. There's a Joe Trace season 2 was supposed to go into a type of content that talked about the amount of sexual content that Lennon Honor had. I probably have the biggest library of Lennon Honor content outside of Lennon Honor, right? And he has a theme to his content. No matter what the title of the video, it tends to turn into something to do with sex. And his early content was all about pedophilic baseball and Disney being a pedophilic institution, and he saw pedophilia everywhere. And he went on to explain that it had something to do with mind control, and that Disney was placing subliminal messages in their content to make adults want to get involved with children. Now, the way I heard that was bro, you're talking about your own mind, because there's no subliminal message in that thing you just showed. You're showing that those are the ideas that pop into your head when you see kids. And a lot of people got that same kind of idea. And so if you look at some of his early films are all have to do with sexual something, and a lot of them have to do with children. And I'll show you a sample of some of that. What do I have up here? I have might have the picture of what his movies were. I think I have an individual clip. What is this? Anthem Blurred. All right, yeah. This, for example, this is a screenshot of a clip from one of his films, right? And this one's called Demons in the Outfield. This is a scene where a little girl was singing the national anthem. And he took it, froze it, and said the microphone she holds to her mouth is symbolic representation of an erect, right? And the thing about this scene is this. This movie, Angels in the Outfield, is a remake of an older, film. It has nothing whatsoever to do with anything sexual. It's an innocent Disney film. This clip, this scene is on the screen for less than 2 seconds. It's flashed by. The camera is panning from left to right, and as it pans from left and right towards the dugout, it shows this little girl singing the national anthem, and it continues on to show the people in the dugout. It has nothing to do with anything. Yet he took it and interpreted it this way. In this film, he took every single scene that contained children and sexualized it. Every single scene. And his justification in this scene was that cordless microphones were not common in that era. What? Every single scene. It's disgusting, right? And his old films were all pushed off of YouTube for copyright because they consisted of clips of other people's content. And this was back in the era where YouTube didn't have the content sharing stuff that it has now. If he released those films now, they would be struck down for other reasons. But the clips themselves are all still on YouTube. And this scene is up there for just a fraction of a second. If there's adults sitting behind a child, he turns it into something sexual. If there's an adult sitting next to him with an arm around him, he turns it into something sexual. He makes the whole film about sexual connotations with children. Entire film. And it's disgusting. And it spoke so much about his own mind. And it's the reason why he won't show his films. He even had a whole series that he did about his conspiracy theory era. And he did that series as a response to Joe Trace content because he knew this was coming. I made a point to talk about it in the comments that this is what I was going to do next. He responded by making a conspiracy theory series where he distanced himself from everything that he did in his past. People were asking him in the comments, why are you doing this? What's wrong? Are they making you do this? Because he's trying to say that I was just under mind control. These books that I read had just made me do it. And it's all, there's no way he can distance himself from this stuff. And the main reason he can is that he's still selling these videos on his channel, on this website. He's proud of all this stuff, all this content. But that is crazy. And then when you consider that he kept his kids locked in the house, I don't want to say anything about him and his kids, but that he kept his kids locked away and that he spent so much time making content related to this, you got to think there's something going on. You look at the titles of his content, it gives you his state of mind. He talks about porn addiction. He talks about penis size. He talks about so many sexual based topics, and he talks about pedophilia at the same time. And so season 2 was going to go more into that direction, but I decided to not do it. I'll talk about a little bit here, but that's about it. And so this clip here coming up is called The Park. It's from part of what was going to be in season 2. So take a look at this. Hey, what's up, Spider?
Being personally responsible. Here comes this guy again. They're having this this event over here with these children, and they already asked me to leave, but it's not like they're in, you know, they own the park. So let me see what he has to say.
Think about that already. Think about the disconnect between what he's saying, the words he's saying, and his disposition. They asked you to leave. How many people have been asked to leave a park? This park he's at, I should say, this park is about half a mile from his house. It's really close.
These children, and they already asked me to leave, but it's not like they're in, you know, they own the park. So let me see what he has to say.
So this scene that's zooming in is showing that the park and the school next to it are a joint enterprise, and that the school and the park, they work hand in hand. They're both controlled by the city, right?
Hey, what's up, man?
So he moved from over here where he was all the way here. This is where he normally films his videos, is over in these corners. And so, but on this day, he was out there in the open, and the school is right here. That's the school property right next door to it.
Unfortunately, my manager came out and asked if we can put the equipment away. I don't know why. To be quite honest with you, just she just has a weird thing because it's I guess it's private property. Anybody's filming anything on here.
What he's saying was his manager told him to tell you to put the equipment away, right? Sounds like a young guy.
Here, other than, you know, valley-wide events is I don't know, they consider it trespassing or whatever, but I hate to inform you, but yeah.
Okay, this is not private property. This is a park.
No, it's private property with the valley-wide. Again,
and I understand you're doing your job, yeah. And you know the lady had already asked me once before, so I moved from over there to over here.
Yeah. This I can guarantee it is private property.
A public park is private property.
Yeah.
You see the contradiction?
It's weird.
Yeah, and that's he's playing a semantics game, about he's avoiding the whole reason why they would want him to put the equipment away. And why is it so important for him to have the equipment out? It's also important to point out that this is not a live stream. These are videos that he filmed and edited. So there is no audience.
There's a school next door. There's a park, and the park is public property. On one of these baseball fields, they're about to have a Easter egg hunt.
This is the Monday after Easter. And he's there alone. His kids are at the house. They live right there, but he comes to the park by himself.
So they brought some children over from the school to have the Easter egg hunt. And one of the women over here, she took issue with me recording videos out here. And this is before the children even came. And so what I told her, she said, you know, she said, I can't have you over here with a camera with the children coming over. And it was interesting, the words that she used, like, I can't have you, as if she's an authority that she can dictate.
Thing is, she was an authority. The guy who came over to talk to him said his manager, that's who he's talking about. she's the one in control of that park. And that park and that school, it's a joint control venture. So she's a city worker who's responsible for that park.
Take, whether or not someone can have a camera or not.
But what he's doing is interesting to me is that he is minimalizing everything, right? He's cutting the edges off of everything, taking all the nuance and detail away and making it seem like he's the victim. ATMK.
Out of where they sit inside of a park, which is public property. Yes, ma'am.
They're having a big event here, so all these kids are coming, so I can't have the video camera out.
Okay, what time does it start?
They should be here in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish up before then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think they're having a Easter egg hunt from their school over here. So she was just telling me that I can't have the camera running once they get here.
She never said Easter egg hunt.
They're having a big event here, so all these kids are coming, so I can't have the video camera out.
Okay, what time does it start?
They should be here in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish up before then.
Now, I watched the full video. He did not finish up in 10 minutes. He stayed there. He stayed there much longer than that until he was asked to leave again. He didn't show us that part, but later on, he'll say some things to let you know he was asked again to move. And he wasn't asked to leave the park. He was asked to, make way. The Easter thing is interesting with Lenin because Lenin has very particular views about Easter. And again, it comes back down to sex. And it comes back down to children. The other thing that was interesting to me about it is that out of the hundreds of videos of Lenin that I have, right, I could say, educated guess, that 96, 97% of them, he is in the exact center of the screen. He's perfectly placed in the middle of the screen. He's a pretty meticulous person. But when you look at this video, the thing you notice is that, thing I noticed, I should say, nobody else probably noticed it, is use one of my fancy tools here. This distance. That's what I noticed. Why is he to the left? To me, it looks like he was intending to film those children. Because this is the Monday after Easter. She did not say anything about an Easter egg hunt. So how did he know it was an Easter egg hunt there? She said nothing about it. Just a big event. And I think that his intention was to film those kids. That's what it looks like. And I think that that's what she was thinking. Because he comes to this park to film all the time. But he normally does it with his back to a tree or something. There's some videos where he's out in the open also. But it's not in this particular place. It's not with a school behind him. And I've gone through his park content looking for it. Because I went through, when I made the Mark in the Park videos that Corey Holcomb was talking about, I was looking for the exact day where he talked about Corey Holcomb and Zoe Williams, and I couldn't find it. And so I've seen that where he positions himself, and that gap right there is interesting. Like, what are you doing, sir? And that tool I just used for that is called Draw. It's part of OBS, and it's free. Let's continue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think they're having a Easter egg hunt from their school over here.
There's supposed to be something there that's not there.
So she was just telling me that I can't have the camera running.
Right, you can't have the camera running because of the kids. But over there in the corner, he's pretending like he doesn't understand what the issue is. I don't know what that U is at the end for. So this is the point. He produced so much work about the topic that they're concerned about, for him to pretend like he doesn't know what they mean and to keep filming and to keep insisting on being there is suspicious.
This guy, he's sitting across the street, and my children are playing in the yard, and, I said, and he's sitting there for a while, and I'm like, okay, well, I can go over there and talk with him a little bit. I wasn't rude.
Now, this clip is from January 19th, 2013. So this is years earlier. Another one of his shows, Metamorphosis, Transforming Your Vision of Male-Female Relationship with his wife.
I was very respectful. I walked over, opened up the gate. I walked over and I said, hey, excuse me, you need any help? And he said, no, I don't need any help. Thank you, but thank you. And I said, oh, okay, well, you're not a pedophile, are you? And he's like, no. I guarantee, no. I'm just checking I said, okay, I just want to check, make sure. And I walked away, shut the gate, locked it, and came in the house.
I said, what did you say to him?
Yeah, I said, I just asked him if he was a pedophile. But no, I mean, really think about that. I mean, that is, and I was respectful about it. It wasn't like I was blowing things out of proportion. I wanted to know whether or not he was there because he was checking out my children.
Now that's pretty clear. So when you get back to him over in the park, you got to wonder, what's going on?
But we shouldn't assume that just because there's someone sitting over here in the park and he's African American, that somehow you have the authority to tell him what he needs to do.
He's turned it into a race issue.
They never came back. I found that to be very interesting. Very interesting. In fact,
now I pause it there because I want to show you that this is over an hour after he was asked to leave the second time, right? So he stayed there. He stayed filming. He kept his equipment out. And now he's in the corner with a view of the kids with this creepy look on his face. Watch his eye contact and how his eyes never leave the kids' direction.
the children now, they're over there in that area where I was at, and they're this is about an hour and a half after she initially told me to move. They're over there getting their Easter egg.
Now, the whole idea that he would be excited about Easter and Easter eggs is crazy because he's anti-Christian, anti-church, anti-Christianity, everything. So why is he so excited about Easter? From the perspective of the staff and the teachers at the school, this guy who's been asked to leave and won't leave is over there looking at the kids, talking, smiling, and disregarding their concerns. And that tells you something. It'd be different if he was someone that was innocently there and just, worried about his rights. But he's a person who has already thought about all these things. He has his own opinions about all these things already. He's a person that made this film. And it goes further because whenever he talks about Easter, he talks about sex. And I got a clip of that where it interacts between him talking about Easter, sex, and then a little girl again. It's crazy. I skipped season 2 because of that, because it was just getting too sticky and dark for me. The implications are too dark. It's too dark. Somebody else has to do that part. But anybody that wants to do that, hit me up. I'll give you the content. You can do what you want. And let's see. If you saw these films, let me find another clip. Because the films are bananas. Man. I just need that clip about where he says it out of his own mouth that the films will make you want to. And it's because of the subliminal messages placed in the films, not what's already in his own head. I felt like his whole subliminal message, books and series, was about him trying to rationalize what was inside his own mind. I don't know that he did anything, that he acted on anything that was in his mind, but he definitely showed us signs of what's in his mind. I don't know how you can even look at kids and start thinking shit like this. So let's see. What else do I have in here? Calories on the calorie. Okay. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by, Tomboy89. Have a good evening. And I'll be here meandering around, playing with my equipment here for another hour or two. Let's see. Let me hit you with Iyanla before you go.
And we have to be first of all, not because of social media, but because your mouth is a womb and what you say you're gonna birth. And your brain is a womb. So when we be putting all manner of ugliness, meanness on there, that's coming back in your life. Maybe not today, not tomorrow, but the law is the law. And we're not being responsible and accountable. I'm not talking about you have your opinion, you say something you don't like. I'm talking about the condemnation and the attack and the bully on social media. What is that?
Right.
Hey, so what I'm going to do is while I get these clips together, I want to go back to 2013. 2013 is kind of where I'm staying because, again, we're talking about special education and ADHD and all this and how it connects Umar Johnson and Lennon Honor together. It connects them, 2013. 2013 is when Umar released his book. It's when Lennon released his book. And it's also, it's relevant to you can see where their mind states were at that time. And then we're going to flash forward to 2025 and show how they are inextricably bound to each other. And it's from the Lennon Honor side, you know, that Lennon Honor had all of this content about this thing, yet he let it happen to his own kids. And let's see. So I think maybe it's a good time to let's talk about the origin of. I'll play this instead. The origin of Umar Johnson and Lennon Honor's connection. Can go back all the way to September 2017 while I get these other clips together. This is called Inextricably Bound. And can I get a play?
Techpreneur said, what do you think about Dr. Umar Johnson? Well, first of all, we're going to take that doctor off of there and we'll say, what do you think about Umar Johnson? And, you know, I think at a certain point, I'm going to do a video to talk about Umar Johnson simply because I've had some people who got upset with me because I made some comments in the past video about Umar Johnson and everything that I said was factual and true. And see, that's one of the problems with black folks. We will accept people who, as our leaders, who are people who are of poor character, who lack integrity, who conduct themselves in vile and heinous ways. They can be disrespectful towards women. They can be disrespectful towards African Americans. They can call black women stripper thoughts. Live on air on a radio show that's broadcast throughout the nation. They can call black women maggots. They can call black men fuck boys. They can call light-skinned black males albinos, dirty niggas. They can be absentee fathers and they can skip out on paying child support for their babies and have baby mamas and don't give a shit, and yet black people will support them.
You got to be really mad to make that lip movement. He's incensed. And look at what he's incensed about. And yet black people will support them, right? And his issue with Umar, in my opinion, originates from the NWA documentary and the fact that he didn't have the amount of support that he wanted. And he sees this other guy getting all of this support, getting money, right? And he is struggling. And now he's in a room in the middle of the house in Utah in September 2017 with no job, with a house full of 7 people depending on him because he's disabled them all, you know, so they have to depend on him for everything. one driver's license, one job, one everything. He's in control of everything. And so he's got all of this pressure now that he's in Utah, and he's got very few options because, believe it or not, Utah is racist. How you doing, Ms. Murray? Utah is racist. And it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in Utah is bad, but bro, they don't necessarily dig you by default. And you arriving there, not trying to use any of your actual skills. He probably could have got a job as a music teacher right away. He's an excellent musician. You know, he could have made a band. He could have done a bunch of different things. He could be teaching flute or whatever. Now he plays saxophone, but he didn't want to do all that. And he got this pressure of taking care of all these people. And so under that pressure, it becomes really easy to lash out. And in September 2017, this is when he first introduced his audience to Ante Afro Singali. She was his hero. All of his information about Umar came from her. He believed everything she said, that Umar wasn't really a doctor. He didn't have a doctorate, that, you know, he was arrested in Atlanta for cocaine, that all these details that we all found out were, you know, we disproved them later. You know, turns out Umar didn't need any of those things. He's worse than any of that just on his own. You could have just told the truth about Umar and it would have been worse than the lies. You know, the thing with his daughters is enough. And so this scene to me is what I call, the video is entitled Inextricably Bound, because I think this is where he latched into Umar Johnson. Now, he hadn't started making the content yet, but his disdain for Umar is clear. And the topics that he lays out and the order of the topics that he lays out tells you what he's thinking. So it's not just about what you say, it's about what you said before what you say. It's about what you say after. This shows the layout in your mind. And so you'll see Umar Johnson is connected to his own project and his own progress and his own self-image. Let me stop talking.
And we want to talk about global white supremacy.
Yes, with that connection again.
One of the reasons why I have an aversion to this is because there are African-American males who are seeking to do right in life, and we're not trying to scam people, and he is fucking it up for us.
Now, I don't know if it could be said any more clear than that. He's talking about himself, right? Now, how could Umar Johnson be messing it up for Lenin? What does Umar Johnson have to do with Lenin honor? Absolutely nothing. This was a completely parasocial thing he's talking about. Umar Johnson had no idea who Lenin honor was. Yet Lenin honor was blaming Umar Johnson for something to do with him. It's not trying to scam people, right? And in Lenin's defense, right? From me, this is September of 2017. This is before his first actual scam. The big move was scamish, right? But ultimately he did move. It was scammy. And the commingling of the funds between the big move and the NWA, and the NWA thing taking 4 times longer than he said, and it's all kind of scammy, but he did produce that. His first real scam wouldn't start until May of 2018. So he's still relatively unscammy in this clip. He's just a kind of like a beggar in this clip. He's addicted to crowdfunding. Another space for a basic title.
That's what hustlers do. That's what con artists do. They get into a serious, and I'm saying serious rut financially. That's what and then they have to figure out a way. How am I going to make this work? How am I going to survive? How am I going to get this money?
And let me say, this is edited, but it's edited chronologically. So the clips are in order after each other. I just cut out some of the middle part.
I need to get money. I had gotten so deep into this project, and the debt that I was accruing was so deep. I mean, we did crowdfunding campaigns, and that helped. And
yeah, there's a bunch of crowdfunding. And the last crowdfunding campaign for NWA was 4 days before the big move. He finished the last round of crowdfunding for NWA, and then 4 days later, he made the big move. He came with the syringe story and made the big move to get him out of that neighborhood. And he got another 10,000 after the final day. We can look at the dates on these. I think I got them all here. Let me see.
You know, one of the things that lessons I learned was that I should have had enough money up front prior to even starting, because what ended up happening was at a certain point, even though we had crowdfunding, that I was coming out of my own pocket, you know, and sometimes it was just for little things. Other times, I mean, I had to buy a new computer. I had to buy equipment. We had to rent lighting equipment. I mean, I had to pay interview guests, and I could only pay them a fraction of what they really deserved because of budget, you know, gas, you know, flying people out, you know, renting studio space at a certain point. I mean, it's staggering. Getting DVDs duplicated, it's staggering, especially for a father of 5 children and a wife to take care of. So I was not prepared.
Playing the victim
financially for the financial burden. So we did the crowdfunding campaigns, and it helped, but it put me further and further into the hole. And that's why even like right now, I'm still climbing out. And at the current pace, it's going to take me a couple of years to get back. I mean, it's serious. It's serious.
Now, this is why it's my, contention that the medical expenses GoFundMe is connected to the NWA documentary. And the NWA documentary is connected to the big move. He was trying to take care of all these different things. And so this is September 2017. This is 2 years after the NWA documentary started. And the reason he's talking about that now and why it's commingled with Umar Johnson is because his reason for being upset with Umar Johnson, he's really not upset with Umar. He's upset with Black people giving Umar money that he could use. But the thing with Lenin that he has to remember is that Lenin's audience was not Black. He never wanted to serve Black people. If you look at his list here, for example, I think I got a still up. This is Lenin's audience right here. This is 2013 in Philadelphia. This is the show that I think Stargate was at. This is his audience. That's the 9/11 base fear control audience. And it's not about Black kids and special needs and making sure they have reach their full potential. It's about his fears and his conspiracy theories. And really it's about his creativity. This is all just creative content that he was taken too seriously. Let's continue.
I was so deep in debt with this project. And at a certain point, I was like, I'm not going to be able to get this done. I don't have the money to get it done.
Now, if he doesn't have the money to get it done, that means that the money from the last round of crowdfunding was gone. The last round of crowdfunding, again, was 4 days before the big move. In the big move, in 7 days' time, he raised $10,000. Right? So he's saying that in the process of doing the documentary, he ran through all of the money that he raised on Indiegogo. And then what did he do next? He used that money from the big move, which is why he didn't move until 10 months later. That's why I called the big move kind of scammy, was that you told us it was an emergency. You showed yourself packing boxes. You showed the house all packed up. You guys are leaving, and then you stopped talking about it for 10 months. And in that 10-month period, all the content that was coming out was about the NWA documentary. And that tells me that you used the money from the big move for the NWA documentary. That's the wrong one. Okay.
And there was a part of me that said, well, look, you're going to have to walk away from this. But, the thing was that I recognized that there were so many people who had contributed to the crowdfunding campaigns that if I'm a man of integrity, I can't walk away.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of a nod to how fast he's talking. He's talking crazy fast. And so he got back to this man of integrity thing, right? He's differentiating himself from Umar Johnson because he's a man of integrity, because he, you know, he meets his obligations.
I was already into it too deep, but for me to say, you know what, I can't do it, I'm not going to do it. You know, everyone contributed. I spent the money already in order to get just to this point, and I need a certain amount of money to finish it, and I don't have that, and I'm not going to do another crowdfunding campaign. I can't.
That's it. That's the evidence right there. The money is gone. So after the money was gone, what money did you use to finish the documentary? The money from the big movie.
And do that. People have already contributed. But what did I do? I went ahead and went further into debt to get the project done.
And, you know, I threw that scene in there. These scenes are for me. So yeah, that's where the money came from right there.
Even though I wanted to back out. But you know why I did that? Even though it put us in a bad financial situation, I did that because I wanted to show people that I'm a man of integrity. And if people are going to support me, then I'm going to deliver.
Oh, he's hurt. You know, I feel for Lyndon in a way. You know, he was just trying to do his thing, but man, he just said he wants to show that he's a man of integrity and that he's going to deliver. Right? Now watch the next segue.
And that says something about character. It also shows that I respect people. I have respect for people. And I still haven't shipped out all of the DVDs for the perks.
That means you haven't delivered, sir.
I have another bin like this, and this is for here. Oh, shoot, I don't want you all to see anyone's address. Yeah, you can see my PO box. That's okay. But I have another bin like this that I need to ship out here in the United States of America, and then I have another larger box for international. And you know.
And, you know, being the creep that I am, I actually got the screenshots and counted how many videos he had. And he had like 24 in that container. In the other container, we're going to say it's about the same size, so like another 24. And the container, he showed the international one in a different video. He's got like 40 videos in there going to international sources, international destinations. And I went to his website, you know, being the sleuth that I am, and I counted the number of people who gave money and who should have received perks. And guess how many it is? That means that nobody that was supposed to receive a copy of a DVD got a copy of the DVD, other than the people who did. I think he mailed out the people who purchased on his website. He sent those out right away. Got the money, sent it out. But the people that were supposed to have perks from the crowdfunding, none of them got any of their stuff because they're all right there in this room. And if you count the number of donors on the Indiegogo page, it matches the number of videos he has. And the whole idea that he was going to do DVDs was crazy because who has a DVD player? Even in 2017, he could have just done it. It could have been digital. And what's the region code on the DVDs he's going to send out? Can the people in the international destinations, can they even read the DVD? Can they even play it on the DVD player? He's just such a scared kind of person that he couldn't just say, hey, look, I can't do the DVDs. I want to mail you guys, I want to send you guys a digital file of your own personal copy. I couldn't afford it. I had to put the DVD duplication to the side and only do DVDs for people who pay now. The people that supporting him would have said, okay. I would have said, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I can still watch it. I could burn it to my own DVD and play it if I want to. But he went, you know, he's a man of integrity, and he was just talking about he delivers. And then he showed that he hasn't delivered anything in the next breath. And this is 2 years after the project has started. The DVD has been released. I think he did a release of it like in February. It was on, you know, he had a whole, you know, little marketing push back then, selling copies of it. The website is up and everything. But people still have not received their perks because he didn't think it through. What's a $25 donation from a destination that's going to cost $25 to send the package? How can everybody from everywhere have the same perk and it's going to cost you a different amount of money to mail them their content? He's just not a thinking person. He's trying to do it all by himself. And so in terms of a scam, if someone tells you, I got a 6-month project, hey, give me some money, and here it is 2 years later and you still haven't received your product, what do you call that? I call it a scam. He called it a scam too. And then he just stopped promoting it. He didn't even go through, he really felt like, there's a video where he says it, that he thought after this, when this comes out, he's going to be in demand. People are going to want him to do documentaries. He's going to be, it's going to change his opportunities once this documentary gets out. He really thought that. And so when it didn't happen, he's feeling deflated. Now it's 2 years after the movie came out. And he's just been dealing with the fact that for 2 years, he's been burdened by having to give people updates about this documentary that's not going anywhere. And that turned out to be just a YouTube video with 30,000 views. I got videos with more views than that. It didn't take me but 10 minutes to make. He really went overboard in the production, and he could have did all those interviews remotely. Nobody had to fly anywhere to talk to you about what they talked about. He could have used all of his online production skill to produce a better version of that, without spending any of that money. He didn't need a new computer to make that, even though it's got some beautiful footage on it. But it just leaves you wanting when you watch it, because he didn't ask the right questions, and it was too contrived. And I've never ever seen a hip hop documentary with no hip hop. None. It's got all like jazz music that he made, and the music is good. For the opening track is fire, but where's the hip hop in the hip hop documentary? That's crazy. Not even a hip hop like beat or nothing. Just, him talking in that Spock-like scientific voice, pronouncing the G and ing words, trying to sound smart. And so this, again, I call this inextricably bound, because the order that he goes through these things shows the connection. He's going to go back to talking about Umar Johnson.
I don't have the money to ship it all out. So what I'm doing is I'm shipping out a little bit at a time. As money comes in, I'll ship out whatever I can.
And that speaks to his intentions. Okay, I'm going to get it to you, but you haven't done it yet. So it's still a scam. People are still waiting for stuff. I wonder if he ever did it, if he ever sent everything out. I know that when he got the Cancergate money, he quit his job. And I think that he used some of that money to send the rest of those packages out.
Because I have to make sure that I'm a man of my word and I deliver. You see? So why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because it shows that I'm a man of integrity. And that's
how does it show he's a man of integrity when he didn't do it yet?
How, and the point is that someone like Umar Johnson hasn't actually delivered on anything. And
you see that segue straight to Umar. Started out on Umar, went through his own issues about money issues, then went back to Umar. And this is what binds Umar and Lenin together. This is what binds Lenin to Umar, I should say, because it's more like it's a one-way thing. Umar Johnson is just responding to him when he does respond to him, but he latched on to him based on his own deficiencies.
And the school is not going to happen.
And this is before he bought the school, right? Bought the buildings, I should say.
Potentially what is going to happen is that some government agency is going to come knocking on his door, and he's going to be in jail because of the scamming. Another option, based upon the persona that he puts forth as a Pan-Africanist, that he'll just move to Africa and disappear. That's another possibility. I
don't know if you guys remember this. Maybe Spalding does. I don't know how long you've been around, Spalding, but this is back when he used to dart his eyes from left to right, right? He stopped doing it on purpose. He intentionally stopped doing it. And his ideas about Umar was that Umar had he had multiple personalities. And he would describe it in technical terms about his alters. He had all of these theories about Umar Johnson he was dead serious about.
Because he's so deep in And at this point, people aren't supporting him like they were before, because he has basically taken so much money, upwards to $1 million, from mainly poor black people.
And that mainly poor black people is another one of his point. Whenever I hear him say that, I know he's in fantasy mode, because how would he know who Umar Johnson's donors are? What makes him think that it's mainly poor black people?
And yet nothing has come out of it. Nothing, not one single iota when it comes to that school. And he still has not paid child support, in his license. His driver's license has been revoked.
He's pissed about that license. He's a licensed advocate.
There's paper. This is facts. How can you collect upwards to $1 million? And it may even be more than that, because that's just what, you know, because it's not just his crowdfunding campaign. It's all, you know, on, I don't know if it's Indiegogo or whatever, but also the amount of donations that he's taking in from people mailing in donations. Talking about what, 2.5 years, 3 years now? And there are people who are every single month, they're sending this guy money. I mean, this guy has, and even though has all this money coming in, he still hasn't paid child support. How is that possible? What does that say about the character of a man? And you haven't paid it long enough to where now you have a court order and they take your drive. Y'all do know that they do that.
He really has feelings about the driver's license.
They will take your driver's license away. They've given you chances to pay child support, but you haven't done it. And because you haven't done it, they keep bringing you to court. And at a certain point, the judge says, you know what? We're going to take your drive. And in some cases, if you got a car, they'll take your car.
All right, Lennon. So this is the scene that links them in the documentary version. You know, there's background music and all kinds of stuff that goes along with it, but we can hear it clearly that he goes from his own failure, from Umar Johnson, to talking about his own failure as a crowdfunder and as a, you know, project person, and then back to Umar Johnson. That means the entire time he's talking about his NWA documentary, he was talking about Umar Johnson. He makes the connection between those two things. He does the same thing with his father and Umar. I really think that he projects his father onto Umar Johnson. And a lot of stuff that he says about Umar has to do with his own father, his feelings for his own father. Shit, everybody's father. He doesn't like anybody's father, actually. And so that link is just strong, because that documentary, it was a failure. He had 5,600 people watching him the other day, yet he doesn't pitch his documentary to them. He doesn't link it, and at the end of it, he doesn't try to get his old products purchased or anything. The website to sell the documentary was down shortly after. I think he just decided to throw it away. Now, I got an alternate theory that says that the NWA documentary was like a road to hell for Lennon, in a way, that it was the vehicle through which he compromised his whole character, and he drew his family into his scams. He ended up to the point where I think he lost the respect of his wife. I think he lost the respect of his children. And I think he lost his own respect in that process. And he ended up to the point where he was talking about getting money for his child, quitting his job to make YouTube videos. He had hit rock bottom, you know. Now he's since kind of recovered, but it's only because Umar Johnson is, as he says, his niche. Umar Johnson has allowed him to continue to make content based on him. And, you know, I really believe that, I said it in a post earlier, that this King Kong Consciousness channel is Lennon's channel. I think because Lennon is the person with the most Umar Johnson videos other than Umar Johnson. Just like I'm the person with the most Lennon Honor videos other than Lennon Honor. And I think that he put this YouTube channel up, went up in 2017. He put it up in order to make it difficult for anyone to strike him for using Umar's content, because Umar is not on YouTube. And so the source content for Lennon Honor's videos is King Kong Consciousness channel. And so it looks like he has permission to use those videos. That's what I think. Because if King Kong Consciousness is some diehard Umar Johnson advocate, why wouldn't they strike Lennon's channel? Why wouldn't they be active in the comments? Why wouldn't they block all of those Lennon people in the comments talking all the stuff that they talk? They don't block anybody. So to me, I really believe that King Kong Consciousness channel is Lennon Honor's channel. And he's making, his money through that medium. And Umar is making money through King Kong Consciousness. So if he was ever to come to YouTube to try to strike down content, he would need to strike this channel, King Kong Consciousness. And that channel was actually sending him revenue. He said before that whenever, you see it right there in the top, whenever Lennon Honor goes live, Umar Johnson gets donations. That's what Umar said when somebody asked him from the chat, someone that might have been me, why don't you take action against Lennon Honor? That was his answer. And if you look right here, there you go. And if you notice in Lennon's content, he always allows Umar to get out his fundraising information. He always lets him say his Cash App, his phone number, all his detail. He could cut it out if he wanted to. But I think it's a matter of shearing the sheep versus killing the sheep. You can shear a sheep many times, but you can skin it only once. And so Umar is that sheep that he's shearing. And the result for Umar is that he's lost a reputation and detail. And for me, the loss is the conversation about ADHD and about Black children being railroaded into these mental health diagnoses that generate revenue for the people that are making the diagnosis. And that was the main thing I wanted to talk about with this whole series. These are all kind of sidetracks, is that, look, Lennon Honor went to Utah, put his kids in school, and what did they do? They labeled his own child special education, autistic. Now, if Lennon Honor had an autistic child, he would have known before the 8th grade, before he put him in junior high school. They would have known. And it would have been content. He would have been Autistic Father of the Year. That would have been straight content. There's no way the kids that we saw growing up in them videos suddenly turns out to be autistic. Other than maybe the oldest daughter, she seemed to, she seemed a little different. But the child that they're saying is autistic with ADHD on medication and all that, it's the second son. And the second son is the brightest one, was the brightest child. But now he's walking the streets of Utah, hair all over his head, pretending to be crazy because he's bought into the diagnosis that they gave him. And to think that Lennon Honor was cataloging all Umar Johnson's content, looking for funny parts that he could sell to his audience, while skipping over the actual part that could have helped his own child. Because not everything Umar says is
We're getting back to this special ed thing. Parents, listen. The learning disability is not a scientific fact, it's an opinion. Right. The math disability is not a scientific fact, it's an opinion. Right. Mild mental retardation, ADHD, conduct disorder, emotional disturbance, most of the labels OCD for which our children are thrown in special ed jail cannot be proven to exist. They are nothing more than opinions, working theories, hypotheses, and self-fulfilling beliefs on the part of the white person who tested your child. That's it. It's an opinion.
My favorite part was when she said, that's it. I replayed that.
And for the life of me, I don't know why black people take black children to white people to solve their problems.
You didn't have to do that part, bro. That's the thing. That's what Umar Johnson puts on everything at the end. His point was made. It was clear. It applied across boundaries, which means you could probably use it to create a coalition across boundaries and actually get something done. But he then brings it back down to, throws a race angle on it and brings it back down to this small group of people that don't have the political power to make any of those changes happen. And so, but everything Umar says is not crazy. This is before he became a social media influencer. This is why Umar Johnson was popular among Black people. It's because he was talking specifically to Black parents about their kids' future. And that's the most tragic thing about Umar and Lenin, and Umar being a social media influencer, talking about the queens and talking about the snow bunnies. What he's done is his message is lost. So if you ask anyone about Umar, no one's going to even think about this. And that's really the loss. Nobody believes what he says anymore because he allowed his reputation to turn to garbage. His other book came out, but he needs to produce a serious work again and get back to his general message and forget about everything else. That FDMG project is killing him. Because even if it opened, it would close the next day and get sued, making policies that are illegal. And so there's another scholar that I think of when I think about Black boys in education, and it's Dr. Kunjufu. And so this is when Lenin and Umar were both students. He came out with his work. Started in 1974, but he published his first work in 1982, and I think he published volume 2 in 1988 or something like that. I remember this reading the initial book, and I remember the video series was on VHS tape. It's all on YouTube now. That's the great thing about living in this time, is you can find everything now. And so I want to play a little clip of Dr. Kunjufu talking about 6 years ago, and rest in peace, he just died in 2025. Talking about the conspiracy to destroy Black boys, and he's added the mental health part of it to it now. Because I think the ADHD stuff didn't start until the 80s, so it wasn't part of his initial work. It wasn't a big issue. He was more about self-esteem and busing of Black students to white schools to be taught by white women, and the damage to the self-image of the kids and whatnot. And it's kind of focused on parenting. So let's look at some of what he said.
Syndrome. Another one of our concerns is the disproportionate.
Let me start this over. This clip also is out of sync, and it was that way on the original source. I probably could have fixed it, but it's not your connection. It's not my connection. It's just out of sync. So don't try to adjust your set. It's just the way it is. Let me start it over. And so this is Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu.
Syndrome. Another one of our concerns is the disproportionate percentage of Black children in special education. We're 17% of the children in public schools, but we're 41% of the special ed children. And if a Black child is placed in special ed, 80% of the time it's the male child. So my question to teachers, have we designed a female classroom for large numbers of male students?
I was on mute. And so Dr. Kunjufu's message is well received around the world, around the academic world. He's respected as a educational consultant. And so it's not just Umar Johnson saying these same things. What he just said was 41% of African American of special needs students special education students are Black, while being only 17% of the public school students. And so he's sounding the same alarm that Umar Johnson was sounding. And you could say that Umar Johnson's work is an extension of his work. It's all in the same vein. And there's work in between that connects them by Michelle Alexander with The New Jim Crow. All those three books, those three series of work, it all goes together. And they're all focused on different parts of the audience. And so Umar Johnson's is aimed at mental health professionals and parents. Dr. Kunjufu was aimed at parents for the most part, and aimed at the classroom, at training teachers. And Michelle Alexander was aimed at the political system. And so everyone's talking about the same thing. Now, this whole connection is lost. And people don't know that just because you receive a diagnosis does not mean you should take it to heart. You could take it as serious, but you may need to get a second neutral opinion. You may need to get a third opinion before you put your child on drugs that's going to alter his mind and alter his future. You should take a look at the statistics. What are the odds that in a state like Utah, we're talking about Izzy Tishner, the autistic girl who's labeled autistic by them, right? Who self-deleted over being bullied about being autistic. And Lennon Honor's own child, who's now labeled autistic, who wasn't autistic before, and is now, and if you look at his content, which I won't show, but I swear every third video was talking about self-deletion too. And it's heartbreaking. If you've been around and you watch this content, you watch those kids grow up, it's heartbreaking to see it. That Lennon Honor, who kept his kids in the house all those years, would then allow those people to tell him that his kid was less than. Knowing that whole system out there believes that you're less than just because you're Black. And that special education thing is a pot of money. That every time you refill that medication, that doctor that prescribes it gets a piece. That's how he paid for his summer house, giving out diagnoses of mental health issues that can't be proven on any medical test. So they can't tell you that it's better, or is it getting better. They'll tell you to take this and try it, and if it works, then good. If it doesn't, come back and we'll give you something else. How scientific is that? Oh, you can't sleep because you take it? Okay, here's a prescription for sleep medicine. Now I've doubled my residual. Oh, when you take that, it gives you lose your appetite? Okay, here's something for your appetite. Now I've tripled my residual. To go somewhere like Utah and to give those people your kids, after keeping them in the house for all those years, take them away from everyone that loved them, their aunts, their uncles, their cousins, the family members, and then allow them to believe the diagnosis that the school said, oh, you're autistic. Now you have a license to just be silly and walk around 20 years old with no job, not in school, just walking around playing. And this was the brightest child in Lennon Honor's family. I got upset when I saw it. Parasocially upset. My parasocial feelings were on 12. Like, how could you allow that to happen to your child? I raised 2 sons also. No way I would accept someone else telling me about my kid. You can tell me what your experience is, but that's about it. But he walked them into that. Underprepared. No real homeschool program. If you ask Lennon, or people defending Lennon, Stargate, that what happened, they'll say, oh, he homeschooled his kids. You know what? They did not homeschool their kids. Ask Lennon about what homeschooling they did. They didn't. They didn't have a homeschool program at all. They just kept the kids at home and let them study whatever they wanted to study. And imagine being dropped into school at 14 years old and 13 years old and having to compete with kids that have been in school the whole time. 14 years old, he's probably going on to geometry 2. You are just doing basic math. You would think that they would have first, before they dropped them into the school system, they would have put them through some extensive preparatory school or something, or some program to get kids ready for public school. They wouldn't have just dropped them there and let them tell them that, yeah, these results show that your son is way behind. He must have some mental issue. He's in a classroom in a school full of people that believe he's less than them. You know, they think black people are not intelligent. And now here you go, proving them right by giving them kids that are unprepared for school. The scores would indicate that they may be right. What do you think that does to a young man's self-esteem? A 14-year-old starting the 8th grade with his 13-year-old brother in the same grade with no muscle mass. What chance does he have? I mentioned it before, maybe in the previous video, that Lennon's oldest son is a personal trainer now. And he put a lot of time and energy into building up his body, because we could see from them pictures how thin and how emaciated they look. They look like 9 and 10-year-old kids when they were 14 and 13. And he failed to prepare them in so many ways. I really think that one day you're going to see like a Netflix special about Lennon Honor. I think it all just hadn't came out yet. And the people who sit and watch it, the material, and don't recognize all of the oddities, they're going to be shocked when all of the things come out. Because this is not normal behavior. It's not normal behavior. And being abnormal is not illegal. It's okay. But what he did with those kids is like, man, you cannot call yourself a good father. If I want to be messy, I would just make the next live stream on Joe Trace channel about, who's a better father, Lennon Honor or Umar Johnson? Which one is better? Is it better for your kid? If your kids are starving and you're in the house with them, is that better than if your kids are starving and you abandon them? Which one is better? Is the abandoned father better than the present father who fails them? Which one is better? Both of these people's kids around the same age are walking the street with their hair all over their head, acting crazy. This is Umar Johnson's biggest failure. This is what invalidates him in so many ways. And he spoke about it before it happened. Yeah, it's just going to happen. But that really killed him. I think that the stuff with Siobhan and the sex stuff, I think that falls away. People said that before. We had the conscious stripper. We had a bunch of people saying that kind of stuff. It'll fall away. She just embarrassed herself. You can't embarrass somebody that can't be embarrassed. The thing that really set Umar on this downward trajectory was what happened with his daughter. Your daughter's on the street getting beat in the head, and you're on a plane to Africa. You better get your child. Because if something happens to her, you're never going to forgive yourself, and nobody else is going to forgive you either. That's where he lost the support of the women, of the queens. And that's where everything kind of kicked up to the next level. It reminds me of when he did the SETI Ran. The SETI Ran, he created a whole coalition against him when he did that SETI Ran. He offended so many people. And it's no coincidence it was 2017 when the armies kind of decided to go after him. The same thing just happened with his daughter. Once people saw how he did his daughter, they lost all. It was like the final straw. And women started to come after Umar in droves. And I think he's gonna continue to fall downward until he figures out how to fix it with his daughter, both of his daughters. But is that worse than what Lennon Honor did? I don't think that it is. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think it's a competition. I think they're both deadbeats in a way, except one knows he's a deadbeat and one doesn't. One really thinks that he's being a father, spending all his time in the room talking about Umar Johnson. Think about when he started this, right? 2018, 2019, he started going heavy, right? His kids started school in 2018, the fall of 2018. Those boys needed him in their life more. The older they get, the more they needed you. Junior high school, that's when they need you. But only if you are someone that can help them, you know? And so he's spending less and less time with them because he's doing more and more Umar Johnson content. I did the numbers on it, and it came out to be something like 4,800 hours of time that he spent on Umar Johnson content over that time period. That's 4,800 hours of time he could have spent developing his boys. Take your son to the gym. Get them some protein. Because it's not like they're vegan now. If they're going to end up not being vegan, they're going to end up in the school system. Just stop and get them some food. Get them healthy. Help them be prepared to compete academically. They should be in after school. They should be in summer school. They should be in intensive programs to help them catch up. Because they'll catch up. They would have caught up in 9 months. It's just going to take a lot of work. And the goal has to be, for the child, has to be college. You have to plant that there. But he has spent so many years discouraging them from college, made so much content, made so many negative remarks about college, that they may have been scared to share their ideas about it. I want to play that clip, but I don't want to show the kids. I got a blurred one, but it's kind of short. Let me see if I can put a block in the middle of him and his wife, and we'll just listen to the kids instead of watching them. How about that? I think it's episode 1. Let me get this in studio mode real quick. I should take a break anyway. Put my intermission up, and I'm gonna take a quick break and get this set up. Put it back on my startup scene. See, I got to make a break macro that goes through a bunch of videos. We'll start out with the usual.
You're not niggas.
This is Chad T right here. Or Mr. T, as I call it.
What's up, bro? Oh. Chill, man. You alright? Alright. It ain't gotta be like this, man. Don't gotta be like this. We can talk. I just wanna go on by my way. Hey, just chill for a minute. Just let me talk to you, alright? I'm gonna put mine down, you put yours down. Let's talk. I just wanna go on by my way, though. Hey, everything gonna be alright, bro. All we gotta do is talk, alright? Hey, I done been there, dog. I done been on that side. All you gotta do is talk to me, dog. What's wrong, man? What's wrong? A lot of things going on. All right, you gotta put that down, though, so we can talk. And let's talk about what you got going on. I promise you. Bro, I ain't gonna call the police or nothing. But you gotta talk to me, all right? You can't do it like this. Let's just talk, bro. You wanna make some money? Let's talk about making some money. All right? All right? This ain't the life you wanna live, bro. Come talk to me. I'm putting mine down now. Come on in. Come talk to me, man. This is my brother, man. All right, my little brother. Let's talk about your little brother in the house, dog. Let's get from out here. All right.
Guys, when I tell them, that I'm a surgical technician for right now, and I still want to do more stuff and go back to school.
Where's your father?
He's in the medical field.
How's your mother and your father?
Yeah, I was raised with both of them.
You don't involve your father in your romantic life.
I try to, but he's so like, he's more high demanding than me. Like
Exactly,
you know?
because he knows what's out here. You need to listen to him instead of guys you don't know on Instagram.
Ooh, okay.
You don't know me.
I don't, but I see you
I don't
like
care.
if
You
it's-
have a father. Listen to your father. Do you think he loves you?
Yeah.
Did he put a roof over your head?
Yes.
Food in your stomach?
Yes.
Make sure you got out of high school, right?
Yup.
Got any babies?
Nope.
Good. He sounds like he did his damn job. Respect him. Stop worried about a high value man gonna get a regular guy like your dad. Sounds like that's what you need. Sound like he did his job. Bye bye.
I think that's good. And all right. So I put a little block in between them right there in the center. Let me lock that in place. So the kids are sitting right there in the center. We're going to listen to the kids. We're going to watch just the parents. And again, this is about context. So the context of this is the fall, the day before the first day of school, 2018, fall of 2018, right? So let's listen to a bit of this. They're being forced to go live. Mama don't seem too pleased about it. She got like a cartoon frown on her face, and Lennon Honor is being Lennon Honor, right? Trying to control what everybody thinks, what everybody says, everything. He's already controlled their life to a surprising degree already, you know, and they're at the point where you got to transition your parenting. If you ever raise kids, I'm not telling you anything, but the idea is you get to a point where there's several points where you have to transition your parenting. And in this situation, we can see an example of someone who didn't transition. He's talking to a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old like they are babies, rubbing on their head like they're a puppy, and they're doing stuff to make that show that they're uncomfortable. Or at least the one furthest from him, which is the one that they now have and says is autistic. He's always furthest from him, and he's always rejecting that stuff in a way. And the mother is trying to control the behavior, the outward expression of the son closest to her. So you'll hear a lot of discontent from them about his behavior, but his behavior is nothing different than the other kid. None of it is outrageous. It's just that they have decided that they are trying to suppress who he is. They don't want him to show his character. Okay, so I'm gonna let this play for a minute. I think this is right about the college question. Is that 6 minutes and 50? Let me see where we are.
And then Rati, daddy and mommy is younger than.
I think that's too. I wish when I was 14 and calling them daddy and mommy. What the hell?
Because I see you all the time. I catch him all.
Let me see. I had a hard time with this because it's like the amount of disdain that they show for that younger son that shit stressed me out. Like he's not even doing anything. Okay, we'll just start at the beginning. It's not that long, and I'll break it up. Let's start from the top. There we go.
Greetings, everyone. It is the Positive Relationship Show, and today we have our two oldest boys joining us. My name is Aida Honor. This is Avi and
Lennon.
Oh, we need to pause that. Why? It's the playback.
Live streams, am I right?
Playback. Sorry about that, everybody. We forgot to click out of the playback video. So today we are joined. Sit up, boys. Come on. All this slouching. We are joined by our 14-year-old Lennon and our 13-year-old Avi, also known as Avinash, aka Avinash,
aka Mimi.
No. no.
I just want to tell you that Mimi is super relevant to 2025. What he wants to be called.
So today our boys are joining us because tomorrow is their first day of school. So we just want to kind of talk to them and get a gauge of how they're feeling about it and just talk about a few things. And we just wanted them to join us for a few minutes. And Lennon has now rejoined us.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. And we are excited for our boys. And not just that they're going to school. This is their first time going to public school.
Yes.
Because they've been homeschooled for their whole life.
That's right.
Yeah, so we want to talk with them a little bit today and then chat with you guys. We're doing live streams every single day here on YouTube. And where do you like to start, Mommy? You want to check the chat room and give some shout outs?
Sure.
Okay,
well, today we did we're almost done with everything, right?
Shopping and stuff.
Yeah, with all the school shopping. They already have their clothes. Today we went and got shoes. Did you guys enjoy the process of picking out your own shoes for school? They both have very different styles from each other. So really, I think, Avi, you're more into it more than Little Lennon. Little Lennon just kind of wanted to have shoes. He just was like, let's just pick some shoes. He wasn't really worried about it. But we went and got them each 2 pairs of shoes for school. And that is what today's adventure was. And also getting everything they needed for their lunchbox, for their lunches, because they're bringing lunch. The school cafeteria has a few things, but no meals that they could actually eat. So it would just be like sides, like tater tots or French fries. But we wanted to make sure you all had some healthy lunches to keep your energy going for the day. So
why are you boys looking so serious?
Loosen up.
As soon as y'all scoot over just a little bit. Yeah, you're good, Avi. There you go.
So anyway, I guess we can just ask them, how do you all feel about your first day of school tomorrow?
I feel excited.
I can't wait, and I might not be able to sleep tonight, but I will fall asleep eventually. Hopefully, I will get enough sleep and wake up at the right time.
Sleep has been easy.
You'll wake up.
Yeah, well, we have a new schedule. What's the schedule in our agreement this whole week?
We wake up at 9:30.
9:30.
I mean, we go to sleep at 9:30 and wake up at 6 a.m.
Take showers,
eat breakfast, then brush our teeth again, and then hit the road.
Well, no, this week we gave you all a little incentive. We decided, really, this was your choice. I mean, it was a good choice too, was to let the boys have game time on their computer first thing in the morning.
Now, as a father, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Lennon was just playing house. Like, he had no idea what he was doing. And I really hope, I pray that now he has an idea what he's doing. Because, we all had that first child that fell and that we had to learn on, got the battle scars. And the second child, we knew we were doing better. And the third child, we were professional. They got 5. So I'm hoping that I wonder if they even acknowledged that this time period right here that they were messing up. And that they were being super, super duper controlling. And this is the father suggested that as an incentive to wake up and go to school, we're going to let you play your games in the morning. What the hell? As if they have to play the games, and as if they should be spending any time at all playing games when they spent their entire lives not in school and they got to catch up. instead of telling them you're going to get up because you need to get up, because you're supposed to get up. When I look at the outcome of what happened with these boys, I just, man, he had no idea what he was doing. No idea. And they still got, they got 60 years of life left. They can figure out, they'll figure out in 10 years that their parents were crazy, and they'll operate in the opposite way with their own families. You can mess up one generation, but the next generation will correct it. And they'll want their kids to be educated properly and have a chance to go to college right away and have a chance to, to spread their wings. I'm sure his son, the musician, would have loved to go to a performing arts school the way Lennon did and be instructed by a world-renowned, flautist like James Newton, the way his father was. But I digress.
Get them to get up at 6 because they were not really feeling like getting up at 6.
And then it also helps them to go to bed earlier. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it helped me to wake up early.
But last night you tried.
It's just he gets on my nerve. I don't know if I can make it through this. It's just so many instances where he's just trying to be smart for no reason. Bro, they just need to go to bed and they need to get up in the morning and go to school.
Was that last night?
Mm-hmm. This morning, you mean? 5:30 this morning.
Yeah, he gonna get up and then try to. I told him to go get back in the bed. He gets on there, gets on his computer.
Don't get him in trouble.
So I lay back down. I lay back down and I said, "Okay." I got back up.
The door was stop doing.
Yeah,
stop
sticking
your
that.
tongue out. Stop. Okay. No, you were telling him to stop and he did it again.
No, that cut it out, son. Okay. So that's been working out. That's helped to get you guys up. And then what we've been doing yesterday and today is once you guys are up and all ready to go, we drive down to the
bus stop,
which is right around the corner. Mm-hmm. And then, we come back. And so that's the routine. Tomorrow we're going to go, and that officially you guys will be getting on the bus.
And the reason why he was free is because he quit his job. And so the medical expenses GoFundMe paid for all of this. And he went back to work, in I think this same month, and at the same company in a different location, without all the leverage he had before. But this is one of the reasons why he wanted to be there, because he wanted to micromanage this process as well. If the bus stop is around the corner, then they should walk to the bus stop. Get up in the morning, get some exercise, walk to the bus stop. Let them have some autonomy. Teach them how to be responsible. He had no idea of how to lead his sons to manhood. And so he's talking to them like they're infants. I remember when I was 14. I was a damn man when I was 14. I had a job. What the hell? I had a job at 14. I couldn't imagine my father sitting up under my father like this, with him petting my head like I'm a little baby, emasculating me, talking to me with this like talking to an infant as opposed to talking to a young man.
First day. Mm-hmm. So do you all have any thoughts, or have you been thinking about anything? I'm not talking about girls either.
Oh,
look.
Yeah. That's
we're supposed to be okay. So your electives.
Well, no, it's okay. You guys have been thinking about girls, right?
Yes.
And why, Lennon? Why?
Because a lot of girls have been looking at me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm attracted to girls, so I'm interested.
Oh.
Okay. Go ahead, Lennon. What were we gonna say?
Also, I wanted to meet more girls.
Mm-hmm. And what about boys? To have some friends who are male too?
Your same age.
Your age?
Like, man, just let them talk. This motherfucker is so controlling. It's like he's gonna make them say what he wants them to say, And I can understand if they were 5 and 6. Maybe even 6 and 7, but 14 and 13?
Don't you want to do that too?
Yeah.
Or just girls?
I mean, I was in the 10th grade when I was 14.
Girls.
But I mean,
It
he
should
hadn't
be
even
both,
thought
son.
about that.
Okay. No, that's okay. But also, remember, we're going to. No, he's okay, baby. You're going to school for what main reason, though?
To learn.
Okay, so Avi, what about you? What are you interested in terms of going to school besides the girl part?
Making friends. That's
Mhm.
one. Extending my band thought stuff.
Knowledge.
My band knowledge.
Oh, okay, because you're
joining band.
Mm-hmm. What else?
And awkwardly singing to my friends.
Oh, you want to sing too?
Oh.
Yeah, if they can hear my voice crack.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, your voice is changing, so that's part of what happens.
How come Daddy never does that?
Well, his voice changing?
No, Daddy never cracks when he's talking.
Well,
His voice is the way it's supposed to be now.
Yeah,
Yours
I've already
is
gone
growing
through.
in.
Yeah.
No, I mean, come on now. Does that sound like a 14-year-old's question? Does that sound like a 14-year-old's question? How come Daddy never does that? His voice isn't cracking. Those kids need to be let out that goddamn house and to get some kind of education. You can't just put them in front of a computer and say, learn. Teachers do way more than that. That's just, I don't know, man. It feels like I'm watching abuse when I watch these videos. That's the reason why I haven't done content. This is the reason why I make videos instead of go live is that this shit gets me upset. Especially this is a man telling all of us about how to be a man, about manhood and fatherhood, and I'm a loving husband and father. Like, the only person that ever told us that Lennon was a good father was Lennon. Because if you look at the content, bro, you were not a good father. You were never a good father. You never led your boys to manhood. You just said stuff to them and went back in your room and went to the park talking to the camera to hypothetical people. He should never open his mouth about manhood or about fatherhood.
I've already gone through puberty, so at a certain point, your voice doesn't crack.
He didn't know that at 14 years old.
But as your voice gets deeper, it's going to do that, like how you boys are doing. And already your voice is deeper than mine, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably going to get deeper. And once it settles into where it's supposed to be, then it won't crack anymore. Okay? Okay.
Okay, that's settled. Now you learned something from me. I just thought you said.
What else? What about you, Lynn? What are your interests? Because you did get some electives.
I wanted to become a director.
I want you to pay attention also to the difference in how they treat both children. It's a distinct difference between how they treat the first son and the second son, and what they tolerate. And across Lennon Honor's content, he makes a lot of various remarks about his first son, believing that he was a genius, that he reminds him of a young himself. He never makes any of those kind of remarks about his second son. The second son in every single video is the furthest away from him. You know, usually it's the younger child that is up under the parent, not the older one. So it's the opposite. But they treat that middle child, that second son, the middle son, different than they treat the first son. And it's not necessarily to his detriment, because both of them were mistreated, whether they know it or not. The oldest one was mistreated by them telling him he was special and that he was a genius. And the youngest one was mistreated by them making him believe that he was a problem when he's not. He's just a intelligent kid that needed the outlet to be dropped into the right environment so that he can excel. But he was in an environment where he could not excel and where he could not even express a facial movement, anything, without the parents telling him, no, don't do that. Or telling him what to say and what to feel and what to think and, you know, how to dress. And like, man, that's not what parenting is.
And learn more math, because another thing I'd like to do is coding.
Into where it's supposed to be, then it won't crack anymore. Okay. Okay. What else? What about you, Lynn? What are your interests? Because you did get some electives.
I wanted to become a director
Mm-hmm.
and learn more math
Mm-hmm.
because another thing I'd like to do is coding.
Mm-hmm. You have a coding class as well.
Yeah.
You looking forward to that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you what, my sons could tell you. Yeah, I wish you would come to me with some bullshit. I wish you would come to me and tell me you want to go to school to become a director. If you want to do anything, this is where I become the controlling one. You want to do what? At what point do you decide to lead your children? Now, what you do after you finish your real degree and your real training, you can do what you want. You can go be a dancer then. But you'll be a dancer with a STEM field degree and license so you can make money and pay for your dance shoes. When they were young, they wanted to be pilots. He wants to be a director and he wants to do all these other things, right? And Lennon Honor has all of this equipment and all of this time spent doing media stuff. But how much time do you think he spends with his son on helping him to do that? Where is the content where Lennon was showing his son how to use the equipment and how to? I know he did it. They used the music equipment because both of his sons have music out. And this boy who's talking now, his music is about sipping lean and like what? Nothing like you would think this father right here who's doting over them, who told us that they don't even know the word nigga. Should they know it now? I think they heard as soon as they got to school.
And what is your other elective though? You had another one. Wasn't it Spanish?
Yeah, and art.
Oh yeah, art. Yeah, okay, good. Art.
Waste of time.
Foundations.
Yeah. And Avi, your two electives are music.
It's funny because I'm an artist. I love those classes. I had Spanish and art and French, and but it's not until I became adult that I realized, you know what? Those should have been after school electives. Like the bulk of the time in school, I'm on my soapbox. The bulk of the time in school should be real shit. And if you want to do anything artsy or fun or blah blah blah, it's after school. After school, there's some classes you can take, but the bulk of the time needs to be real stuff. Hey, what's happening, Speakeasy?
And what else?
We're talking about father. I don't know if you can watch this. I don't know if you can watch this, bro. It just makes me upset just listening to it. This is a father. That kid is 14.
Spanish.
And band. Oh, so music, band,
Mm-hmm.
Spanish, and there was one other,
Oh,
right?
Because he doesn't know Spanish.
Cover your mouth, yawning.
My mouth was covered.
That's okay. We're almost done. Avi, you don't remember what your other elective is?
Spanish.
Well,
Percussion band.
Mm-hmm.
What's it?
Because you wanted to take dance, but he didn't get that, right?
No, because that's a full elective, meaning that it covers two semesters.
Mhm, mhm.
So he picked two full electives. He could have picked
So just
four
Spanish
half
and
electives.
oh, I see. Okay, I got you.
Which
Okay.
would be one semester instead of both.
So tomorrow's your first day. What do you guys think about going to school? How have you been feeling about that?
I have to remember how to go places. So can I take the map?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We'll
And
go
there'll
over the
be
map.
maps there too.
Mhm. And you can always ask someone too. But we'll review the map too tonight. What about you, Avi?
Well, I actually get certain anxiety dreams, like as if I wake up too late or we go to school too late. Maybe.
I want to start without going into detail. You listen to how articulate and the vocabulary of the younger son. That's the one talking, right? He's reluctant to speak because he doesn't want to do this. And they're really super controlling about how he sits and what he says and how he does his face. But if you listen to the vocabulary, he is the one that's smart. He is the articulate one. The older child sounds stunted. They both sound younger than their age, but the oldest one sounds further away from the age from what he's supposed to sound like than the younger one. The younger one sounds like maybe an 11-year-old, 12-year-old. He's 13. The 14-year-old sounds like he is 10. But they don't seem to like that second son.
in the night or or sometimes the school's closed on a Monday.
And let me tell you why this is relevant. This is relevant because the second son is the one that they allowed that school to label as ADHD and autistic. So now he's walking around believing he's autistic, when his whole life we saw on video he was not autistic. But he went to that school, and just like Dr. Umar Johnson said, they label Black kids as special education as every chance they get, boys in particular.
Okay.
Those things, sometimes it just happens. But overall, I really just ignore those dreams because I just can't wait for school.
Oh, look at you. You're so cute.
And I hope you guys can't wait for school.
Let me expand this block to get this kid off the screen. I got a color source here.
Either.
Well, you know what, Abby? First, sit up, okay? A little.
Okay.
Sit up, please. Stop misbehaving. Stop.
I'm doing good.
Why are you being so silly?
I'm being good.
Don't drive your mama crazy, okay?
Yeah.
Bro, he should have listened to Umar. He really, and that's the thing. That's the thing that shocked me when I found out that his son was walking around with an autism bracelet, believing it. I'm like, bro, that kid, this is the smart kid. No way that kid is suddenly autistic. If Lennon Honor would have thought he was autistic, he would have had a whole series of content about how to be the best father to an autistic kid. But he let that school tell him that his child is autistic. Out of all those kids. Really? What did Umar say? Where you at? He's the one that collected the most Umar Johnson.
Getting back to this special ed thing. Parents, listen. The learning disability is not a scientific fact, it's an opinion. Right. The math disability is not a scientific fact, it's an opinion. Right. Mild mental retardation, ADHD, conduct disorder, emotional disturbance, most of the labels OCD for which our children are thrown in special ed jail cannot be proven to exist. They are nothing more than opinions, working theories, hypotheses, and self-fulfilling beliefs on the part of the white person who tested your child. That's it. It's an opinion.
That's exactly true. And that's the thing that I'm saying. That's the thing that I'm saying has been the biggest tragedy, is that part of the story with Umar has been lost because of his social media stuff. No one's talking about that. And even Umar is not really talking about it like he used to. That clip is from before he was a social media vixen, whatever the male version of that is. And so you can listen to this 13-year-old talk now and say, he's autistic now? And he believes it. It's difficult to watch. If I could show his content, I would, but I'm not going to show it. It makes me upset. My parasocial emotions are all over the place.
He's trying to.
If I drive my mom crazy, she'll drive me crazy too.
You guys cut it out.
Doing it on purpose. But what I was going to say about those dreams is a lot of people have those, not just for starting school, but for starting a new job, anything that they're.
She looked at Lennon when she said starting a new job.
Not certain about. It's a new adventure. People have dreams, anxiety dreams. So you're not the only one, that's for sure.
Okay, so let's get into the chat room real quick. We just want to do a video just with our boys because it's not only is it a big step for you two, right? It's your first time in public school. That's going to be also your first time away from us for Monday through Friday for many hours.
I'm sure they're going to be happy as hell to be out from underneath your control.
But it's also a big thing for us to scoot over just a little bit, son. It's also a big thing for your parents.
You practicing more for Spanish? Good for you.
Yes. So Rothy says I'm practicing this in the chat room. Rothy says I'm practicing now to become more fluent in Spanish. That's good. Jay Reese is in the house too as well. Says, Jay, I made it to the live stream. I missed the last several. I did watch the archive versions, so I'm very excited to be here and looking forward to the discussion. Well, thank you so much, Jay.
Do they wear uniforms?
Yeah, well, someone that asked. We'll get to that in just a second. Samantha White is in the house. Everyone say hi to Samantha.
Hi, Samantha.
And see, that pissed me off. Right? I'm sensitive. His son read one of the questions, right? And rather than, yeah, okay, let's take that question that my son read and answer. No, we'll get to that later. Like, he can't allow anybody in. Super controlling. So you did the questions out of order. It's okay. He will never allow his sons to be built to lead or to build themselves up. I bet they neither one of them have driver's licenses. He wants to show himself to be the person in charge no matter what. And he did it by pushing everybody down and disabling them.
She says, greetings, everyone. And JB says, hey, how's it going, young men?
It's going great. How are you?
Stop.
Oh.
See, the whole idea, even that makes me upset. I'm like, so why are you acting like it's a joke that they're calling them young men? Because that's how he should be addressing them. He should respect their space, set the camera up so they can have their own personal space. They can sit comfortably. And he should be addressing them himself as young men, not as little babies talking to them like they're 6 years old.
Me. Yeah, it's going great.
Yeah, Joshua says, hi, Honor family. Thank you. Hello to you. One of the questions that Eternal Truth had is, are you guys nervous or anxious at all?
Nope. I'm just can't wait. And I just really can't wait.
Yeah.
So if you guys are anxious about school, then just think about your favorite thing about school. And then
okay,
Figure
out.
He's so dramatic.
Oh boy.
Oh, drama. Okay. Yeah. So are you guys? Do you guys have any anxiety about going to school? You've had anxiety dreams.
Abby,
though,
you
right?
just said that you
I haven't had any
It does
anxiety.
count.
No stomach or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's going to be good. I think it's going to be very good for you boys. And of course, mommy and dad, if you need any help with anything, and there's teachers there and counselors and all that stuff. Joshua asks, do they wear uniforms? Do you boys wear uniforms at school?
Well, at PE,
for PE.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It irks me that he repeats the question after he reads the question. That's my own personal problem.
What about for a regular day?
No.
We just put on some cool looking clothes and outdated jeans.
Because uniforms aren't as hot as...
seriously, because
Abby,
it's like bell bottoms.
What his second son is complaining about is the choice of the pants and stuff that, of course, Lennon made. And so he's talking about, we just wear out of fashion jeans. He got them wearing bell bottom jeans. And in this video, you can't really see it, but Avi has hair. He's going to cut his hair. He's going to cut his hair completely bald, clean, like his. And he's going to leave his oldest son. He's going to be able to keep his hair.
You don't have any bell bottoms. What do you?
And let me say, that's relevant because if you look at Avi now, his hair is his crowning glory. His everything has been about his hair. And even in this video, his hair wasn't out of control. He just need a little trim up. But to send him to a new school first day, completely skin bald, is crazy. What's the reason for making it down to the skin? And if that was a style for what you guys are doing in your family, how come you didn't do the same thing to the older son? They really didn't like that middle son.
Those are bell bottoms.
We don't always have to wear uniforms because uniforms aren't really hot on me.
Yeah, girls' schools do uniforms.
No, there's boys' schools that do uniforms.
And there are schools that boys and girls both go to that do uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, and you went to a school that had uniforms on?
I went to several schools that had uniforms.
Okay, Joshua says, my son's voice is cracking now. All right, so it happens. It's part of nature.
You guys, my voice cracks when I talk.
It doesn't
Watch
sound
that.
like that. Let's see, who else is in the chat room? Rothy says, okay, we already read that one. Taisha Hobbs is here. Hello, Taisha, how are you? And her question to you boys is, what are you guys most looking forward to? Avi, what are you most looking forward to?
The girls.
Okay, besides the girls.
Learning Spanish.
Okay, muy buen. I was going to say Isa. Son, what about you, Lennon? What are you most looking forward to?
The coding class and the art class.
Okay.
Those are two of your main interests, right? And you do coding too here at home?
I'm touching my soon-to-grow beard.
Yeah, I used to do that when I was your age. I had a little bit of growth, and I would go like this, and even on here, I would go like this.
I have a mustache.
Yes, I know.
Oh, this is a 14-year-old. Man.
It's perfectly natural.
The girls.
I know. Well, it's understandable. You guys, it's part of nature. Chris.
Stop reading the
sit back.
get out of the chat
Get
room.
out the chat room, boy.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Any other questions from people you want to ask our sons before we?
The question I'm trying to get to is they're going to ask him about college. And I think there's another one where they ask him how they're going to be in the same grade.
Because we're going to be brief today. I still got to cut Avi's hair.
I'm sure.
No, sit up, son. And you can't be doing that in school either. You need to be sitting up straight, especially for.
Not as a joke. Sit up
You need
straight
to
the
do
normal
that
way.
because it's even the girls, they appreciate that.
All right, girls. How was it
up?
for you?
What's up?
Avi. Okay, let's wrap it up.
Okay.
boys.
Naturally,
Wrap
Nola
this.
says, you guys are driving Avi crazy. Naturally, Nola says hi. So everyone, let's say hi to Naturally Nola.
Everyone say hi. Like, bro, they're too big for that.
Hi. Who are you?
She's a friend of ours. Eternal Two says, I was homeschooled too and didn't attend public school setting until I entered college. Okay, so they were homeschooled all throughout until they went to college.
Wow.
And the difference is they probably had a homeschool program. That's how they got into college. Lyndon and Aida did not have a homeschool program. He revealed that eventually. They were just doing their own thing. They had no idea what the grade levels were or anything.
Wow.
And you guys are starting what grade?
8th grade.
Okay,
Eighth grade.
You guys are starting together. So that's
And so this is September 2018. They're starting 8th grade. The 14-year-old is starting 8th grade, which means at the start of next year, in the 9th grade, he'll be 15. Right? This time next year, he'll be 15. He'll be in the 9th grade. The year after that, it'll be 10th grade. He'll be 16. The year after that, he'll be in the 11th grade. He'll be 17. The year after that, he'll be in the 12th grade. He'll be 18. And his birthday's in February. So when he graduates in June, he'll be 19. They're putting him into the wrong grade. He's supposed to be going to the 9th grade. And that's significant because the way he's going to explain it is the reason they put him in that grade is that they did the math wrong.
cool. Okay, Maya's here too. She says hello. So let's say hello to Maya.
Hi.
And Joshua says, okay, my kids go to school in New Orleans and uniforms are mandatory. So they have.
Yeah, nothing ever disappears. Nothing.
They have to have uniforms. And Eternal Truth says, best of luck, you guys, on your new journey.
Thank you.
Isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice?
Okay, and Britt is here too.
Journey.
Britt says, no anxiety. You guys are more brave than I was. I moved often and as a kid, and had butterflies every first day of school.
Butterflies.
Mm-hmm.
What butterflies? How do you swallow? Oh wait, if you swallow a butterfly egg, then you'll have butterflies in your stomach.
It's a caterpillar.
Yeah.
And a swallowtail leaf.
Okay.
Then you get a butterfly.
And actually, Nelda is laughing about your comments about the girls, and Samantha said is laughing. Everyone's laughing about that. They said it's classic. Ubiquity says, such handsome young men. I know you both are proud. I admire the way that you are raising your children.
Start reading like you're talking to 6-year-olds.
Thank you. And you boys are. We've talked about that too. You guys are very handsome.
Thank you.
Okay, that's why I keep telling you, you don't have to focus on girls because they're going to be focused on you. What you focus on is what?
Well, learning.
That's right.
I've always been wondering, how does a girl?
It's significant. Lynn's girlfriends, when he was young, they were white, right? And so I guess he's imagining that they're in heaven because they're probably the only very few black people in their school. They're living in a place with 1,200 black people total. And so Utah, the state, has 38,000 total. Now, this is back then. Where they live now, there's only 70 black people. So they're likely the only black kids in their school, in their class. And a certain sleuth looking through public social media told me that they have no pictures with anybody black.
Think when they keep on looking at me.
Well, probably the same way when you look at girls. Don't you look at girls? Don't act like you don't.
And I want to say why. Why that's relevant. It's relevant because we understand that black people are not a monolith, right? Other groups, such as people in Utah, they associate black people with street shit, with poverty, and that kind of low class thing. And so when you go to a place like this, there'll be people who reject you based on that idea of what you are. You'll see the same thing overseas in certain places. But the people that accept you will be people who consider themselves to be just like that too. So there'll be people on that same low level, but in their group. And they'll welcome you with open arms. They're like, oh, he's someone like me, right? And so your kids may have friends, but those friends may be people they shouldn't be around. Because not only are they the bottom of their group, they're the bottom for a reason. You think about that. If you are the lowest in a group of all whites, think about what's going on with your family. Think about that. And so the friends that they're likely to pick up are the people who are left over from society. So he's doing his straight-laced conservative thing with his kids, but they're going to have to be friends with the ones who get drunk, the ones who smoke weed, the ones who are kind of the counterculture of this lily white 1950s Utah culture. And that's actually exactly what happened.
Because I see you all the time. I catch him all the time. It's perfectly natural, though. It's part of nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Naturally, Noah says handsome young men, and you guys are handsome. So you guys give your mama credit for that, okay?
What's he talking about? What's not part of nature?
Say thank you to mommy. Thank your mama.
Mommy is a woman, so she makes me pretty, and Daddy makes me handsome.
You let Daddy let me let you let me
He's really
out.
showing out today.
So Daddy makes you handsome, mommy makes you pretty, and the combination is all good, huh? That's all right. Jabulani says, I'm late, but hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. And Ricky King says, good luck, guys. Say thank you.
Thanks.
Ronthi says, you guys are going to do great. And you're so smart. Say thank you.
Man, you gotta tell them to say everything that they say. I wish I had a time machine and a teleporter.
Thank you.
And then T-Law says, you both are going to make a ton of friends. And you guys will. You have a whole lot of friends. So look forward to that. Miss P says, hello, Honor family. Good luck in school. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And Jay Reese is laughing. Britt is laughing. We're almost done, boys. Skylight at Dusk says, since the two are going together, I trust that whatever challenges exist in the transition process will be less stressful than otherwise. Yeah, that was the idea.
That name is so cool.
Mm-hmm. National says, will you both be in the same classes?
Here's coming about the grade.
Just Spanish.
Yeah, we're gonna take Spanish class together and TA together.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we'll have the same lunch.
Yes.
Those boys are something else.
Ubiquity says, I know you both are young, but do you have any idea what you might want to major in when you go to college? So if you guys want to go to college.
I played this earlier. Now you see how he restated the question. If you want to go to college, he's making college as an option. And his kids and his wife, it's well known that Lennon does not want them to go to college. This is before he went back to college himself. He's down on everything that he had. He doesn't want them in college. And he has many videos talking about how college is unnecessary and, it doesn't mean anything and so on. And so if you look at his wife, she has that cartoon frown and averts her eyes as he restates the question. If you want to go to college, right? He wouldn't allow the question to sit as it was. He wanted to put his opinion on it.
They're young, but do you have any idea what you might want to major in when you go to college? So if you guys want to go to college.
And I want to point out, do you understand the difference between the question and what he added to it? The question that that person asked is a leading technique. It's like you don't ever talk about whether or not you're going to go to college. Of course you're going to college. The question is, what are you going to study when you get there? That's what you do with children. Lenin takes that thing that that person did and undoes it and says, well, if you want to go, he unbundles it as if the person didn't do it on purpose. I never had a discussion with my kids about if you want to go to college. College is never even, they never even knew it was an option to not go to college.
Have the same lunch.
Yes.
Those boys are something else.
Ubiquity says, I know you both are young, but do you have any idea of what you might want to major in when you go to college? So if you guys want to go to college, what would be your field of expertise that you're going to study, that you would like to study?
Study how to be a director on making movies and stuff.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Albie?
Does that sound like a 14-year-old? You don't sound like that now. You had to get away from this household, get a real education, and get around his peers and learn how to really talk. Did that sound like a 14-year-old? He sounded like he's 8 or 9, I swear. And that's not the one that they put in special education. It's the other one, the one that sounds intelligent.
Okay.
And someday I might just become the.
You guys want to go to college? What would be your field of expertise that you're going to study, that you would like to study?
Study how to be a director on making movies and stuff.
Mm-hmm. What about
how to be a director on making movies and stuff?
What about you, Albie?
And they accept that answer. Don't try to reconstruct it and tell them how to say it right or nothing. Who's your favorite? Oh my God.
I'd like to study history.
Okay.
And someday I might just become the next Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, this is true. It's possible.
Be better than
Yes.
I can't do that.
Ubiquity says, I know you both. Oh, and then any subjects that interest you more than others. What is the subject that interests you the most, Albie? And stop doing that with your lip, please.
Science.
Mm-hmm.
I wish my father would. Bro, I would have got up and walked out. You had to whoop me.
I'm really interested in science and I can't wait.
Okay, what about you?
He's really interested in science. He's calm. This is the kid they say has ADHD and is autistic now. Bullshit.
The coding.
Okay.
If anything, he's reacting to his environment being thrown out there amongst people who don't see him as anything human in this controlling ass household where he can't even express himself because they're trying to hide what he is and how he expresses himself. Trying to suppress this boy in every way, and then allowing them to put him on medication and give him diagnosis and telling him that there's something wrong with him when there's something wrong with the household he's in and the place where he lives. He needs a trip out to where his people are and where they come from to find his real tribe. Because it's not there in Utah. It's not in that house. It's not in that city. It's definitely not in them schools. Where all those kids, all his peers are on to college and jobs in the future. And in 5, 6 years, you'll see them. They'll look like adults. They'll have cars and wives and future jobs and their own money. And he'll still look like a kid walking around with nothing, just working someplace. Because his father took away his options. He should have listened to Umar.
Wait, actually, it's the language arts.
Yes.
Language arts.
Dude, they're so hard.
Well, everyone has a preference, so that's okay. Mm-hmm. And then Rati says, Daddy and Mommy is younger than you all realize.
Yeah, you might not know, but my dad's actually 26 and my mom is 23.
She's 16.
And he's 18 and they're dating.
Okay, we're almost done. Let's see, a filmmaker and historian. That's so awesome. Honor Production Studios. And then Maya said these kids are so mature, and you boys are. You guys make us proud about that. You guys are very mature.
Those kids are not mature.
We appreciate that. So that's going to do it for today. We just want to do a quick video to just kind of share with you guys. And tomorrow's a big day for all of us. And
yeah, I think it's in the next episode where they talk about the grade And they really put them in the wrong grade. They put that kid in the wrong grade because they did the math wrong. Let me find that. It's in episode number 3. This same black mark should work. I think they're positioned in the same way as they were then. Let me see here. There's episode 2, episode 3. Yeah, that same black mark works. And I think that's her explaining it. It might already be set to that.
Be placed in the advanced placement class. I'm sure that they'll assess that at the school, and if so, then we'll do that at some point. It can be next year, it could be this year, it could be.
They're not in any now. We just.
So this is after the first day. This is actually this is the first day of school, and they're in the same position. Difference is that one kid's hair is completely bald, and it's like, man, what are you? You buy him some bell-bottom jeans, and then cut his hair completely bald, and send him to a new school. Let me see. Let me get this box fixed up. I want to show the top of his head at least. See that? Completely clean. While he let his oldest son keep his hair. And Lennon is doing this thing where he's petting them. Putting his hand on it. That's emasculating. Putting his hand on their head, petting them, rubbing it like they're a puppy. And the youngest son is running away from it. He's like, leaning forward. He doesn't want him to touch him. And Lennon Honor keeps on looking at him on the side, right? Like, why are you, running away from me? He wants to keep them as his little puppies. But again, this is a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old. They don't want to be handled like that. It's important to notice it, that the Lennon is that way, but the mom is, she doesn't have any real, I don't think she's very affectionate in that way. She's giving them space that they would need as kids this age. I'm sure she was that way when they were little, but at this age, it's just natural to allow them to have their own space. But this guy, super arrogant, he don't care. I know you guys can't even see my cursor. I have to use my draw tool. So I think this is around the time when they ask the question, how are they going to be in the same grade?
Wanted them to start in the regular classes plus the electives that they chose.
They ain't had no choice for AP classes, so just starting.
And we just want them to work at that. And if the teachers feel like they can be moved up to an AP class, then we'll just talk about it when that happens.
And she says you all are extremely smart. Isn't that nice for her to
Thank
say
you.
that? Say thank you to Dia. That's nice. And say thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Damn.
Abby, stop.
I know I'm smart.
I know you're smart.
He
Jarrell
thinks he's smarter than most people.
Now, see, look, the one that's talking that says he knows he's smart is the second son. And the oldest son says he thinks he's smarter than most people. But this is the one who they put in special education.
Well, he is very smart. Okay, Jarrell says, that's good you guys have lockers. I had to carry my bag everywhere for the entire 8 periods. I used it too.
You know what? Me too. And those bags were heavy, but one of the rules they have at this.
Hold on.
To a regular day, and I can
see by the way he moves where that question is. Let me see.
We had combination locks.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you look back like that, that was kind of it. They're gone. So it was I should have had my timestamps marked out for this. I think it was that one right there.
Their backpacks through the hallway, which is great.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a good rule.
So you leave it in your locker.
I just bring my
I
notebook.
could barely fit it in there.
Yeah,
but it did fit
you'll
though, right?
find out what you need and what you don't.
And your
need.
locker is on the bottom, right, Avi, or is it on the top?
Damn, get out the business.
At the top.
Okay. Well, if you ever need help getting it up there, because those there's a lot of stuff in your backpack, but once you get it in there, you can just take out your notebook and.
Plus, not everything in there they're going to need.
Yeah.
So.
Man, let the kids learn and do some stuff on their own.
They'll figure it out over time. I'm excited.
Maya says, yes, extremely smart. Jay Reese says, it looks like they had a very good first day of school. Would you guys say you had a good day?
You know, get them I gotta fast forward to find this. It's making me crazy.
Makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool. We thought you were going to need the.
Okay, let me watch when she's talking because she's the one that explained it. I'm a failure.
Her age that have her interest, but I don't think that she's ready yet.
No. I found this clip in the this clip is in a video I made called Lenin versus Math. I was proving a point to myself and for the Joe Trace audience that Lenin can't do math. And the reason why he doesn't work in cybersecurity is that he can't do math. And he would always pull up math and he uses this exacting voice, right? But he's trying to sound smart, but he really can't do math at all. And he tried to do a percentage on a calculator and he didn't know how to read the display. And so it was a computer calculator. And so he showed us and he said, oh, this is a problem I was having with this computer. I have to reboot the computer in order for it to work right. And then he just went on. And the answer he showed us was correct. He just didn't know how to read it. It's a bunch of situations, whenever numbers are involved, he really gets stressed out. So I know he wasn't teaching this kid's math. And when they asked his son what he wanted to study at school, he said he wanted to learn some more math. Man, where is this part?
We met some of the other children and their parents
video.
and their grandmother and some parents.
Just curious how they're both in the same grade. He put his hand on top of his head. Yeah, I'm going to have to find this timestamp. I'm flailing under pressure. Before in the chat. I saw his hand up. I wish my father would put his hand on my head and start petting me like a puppy. Talking with affection in his voice. I'm 14 years old.
The house.
It was quiet. Yeah.
When he graduates, he'll be 18.
Well, have the experience together.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're only because if little.
Okay. DB21.
Okay, so that's the 7-minute mark. Everybody remember that. That's 7:01. Let me write this in the scene notes that this happens at 7:01. So when I do this for real, anybody watching that didn't know this is like a run through. This is a run through. And write that timestamp down. 7 minutes, 1 second. So we won't have the same issue. I can be professional. So the question they're about to ask is about the grade. So he's got a 14-year-old. This is September, so this is fall, right? He's got a 14-year-old who turns 15 in February, a few months, right? And he's got a 13-year-old who turns 14 in June. So he just turned 13, right? And he's putting them both in the same grade. Of course, they should be in different grades. The 14-year-old should actually be starting the 9th grade, not the 8th grade. And they place both of them in the same grade. And somebody in the chat asked, well, and you can do that. I mean, I wish that, my parents would have actually done something like that with me. Because I was the youngest person in my class. In every school, I was the youngest and the tallest, biggest. But I'm thinking when it came to basketball, the dude that was dominating us, he was 19. Like he's a grown ass man. Yeah, he was a grown man with grown man muscles dominating us 17-year-olds, right? And so I wish I had the opposite. I wish I could have been older, but he's 19. He couldn't date anybody in his school for the last 2 years of his life. But nobody was dating back then anyway. That's just on movies. And so the question is, I'm curious, how are they going to be in the same grade? Lennon then goes on to do the math. First, they give us the answers about we wanted to do it because we wanted them to be together, right? And if we put him in the 9th grade, he'd only be there at the school with the other son for 1 year. Then he'd go on to high school by himself. They wanted them to have an ally together. That's the reason. Okay. And if that's the reason, right? But then they go on to do the math and say, Lennon explains that if he would have put him in now, he would have graduated at 17, and then the next year he still would have been 17. It's crazy, the math that he did. And when you consider that the other son is a year younger than him, that means that he would have graduated at 16. His math was crazy. So let's listen to this answer from the expert Lennon, who was an expert at every single thing he ever touched. And he is the master of all he surveys. His disposition toward his family is always, I know and you don't know. I already knew that kind of disposition.
5 says, just curious how they both are, how they are both in the same grade. Thought Lil Lennon would be in the 9th grade.
Well, initially we thought that would be 2, but since talking to his counselor, the counselor also agreed with the idea that you and I had, that they go in together in the same grade, because if Little Lennon went,
what's so funny?
He's not.
I'm not doing anything.
He's not, but you're still making a funny face.
If Little Lennon did 9th grade, he would only be there for 1 year, and then Avi would be there for 2 years.
Yes.
And we wanted them to have the experience together.
Yeah.
And they're about a year apart.
Yeah.
So
also, that's my shirt. I got to get new shirts. Also, if you had started the 9th grade, then you would have been 17 when you graduated, and you would have still been 17 the following year.
That is ridiculous math nonsense. And the thing that shocked me the most about it, because I'm easily shockable, was the fact that his son, who he's talking about, has no agency of his own. They're talking about you. Now, you would think he would be listening and that he would say something, because the math is wrong. But he says nothing. And I think they're used to just accepting whatever Lennon says. The answer that his wife gave was sufficient. We want them to be in the same grade so they can be there for each other, period. Lennon then adds this on top because he wants to come across as the smart guy that's in authority.
So the way it works out is when he graduates, he'll be 18.
Well, have just turned 18.
Yes. That's why we had.
They said he will just have turned 18. And then what would that mean for the other kid? That means the other kid would have been 17. And if the point was you didn't want him to graduate at 17, but he's older than the other kid by a year, that means the other kid would have graduated at 16. There's so many ways that they could have checked their math to realize that they were off.
We had to consider that too.
Yeah.
Like an idiot. This is making me more mad.
Also agreed with the idea that you and I had, that they go in together in the same grade, because if Little Lennon went,
what's so funny?
He's not.
I'm not doing anything.
He's not.
So that's her answer. Now let's listen to him give his little 2 cents.
If Little Lennon did 9th grade, he would only be there for 1 year, and then Avi would be there for 2 years.
Yes.
And we wanted them to have the experience together.
Yeah.
And they're about a year apart.
Yeah.
So
also, that's my shirt. I got to get new shirts. Also, if you had started the
now, why does he have to do it also if? because he can't let her have the honor of making the answer that is accepted. He got to add his 2 cents to it. How you doing, Mikey? He got to add his 2 cents to it and come over the top of everything everybody says. And he's doing it on the fly because he really feels like he's intelligent.
9th grade, then you would have been 17 when you graduated, and you would have still been 17.
And somebody from the chat is going to mention it, and he's going to answer them back.
The following year. So the way it works out is when he graduates, he'll be 18.
Well, have just turned 18.
Yeah. So that's why we had to consider that too.
Yeah. We didn't want him to be going off to college too early.
Yeah.
Or whatever the plans are.
Whatever.
Yeah, you see Lennon's face? She said, yeah, whatever. Like, he does not want them to go to college. It's Aida's, his wife's idea about them going to school. She's the one that wants them in school. She's the one thinking about their future. She's the one who rescued them from Lennon Honor. And how dismissive he is about the whole thing. Yeah, whatever. And he went to college at 17.
We didn't want him to be going off to college too early.
Yeah.
Or whatever the plans are.
Yeah, whatever the plans are. Yeah, I went to college around 7.
That what he said was, whatever the plans are is what he said. When she said going to college too early, he said, yeah, whatever the plans are. He doesn't want them to go to college.
When he graduates, he'll be 18.
Well, have just turned 18.
Yeah. So that's why we had to consider that too.
Yeah. We didn't want him to be going off to college too early.
Yeah.
Or whatever the plans are.
Yeah, whatever the plans are. Yeah, I went to college when I was 17, but my birthday's in November. His birthday's in February.
And graduation would be just a few months later. So really.
Yeah, so he's 14 now. It's September. In February, he'll be 15. So the end of this school year, he'll be 15.
It was fine for them to join together. And the counselor said his sister did the same thing, that they were 10 months apart.
Yeah.
And his sisters went to school at the same time. So it's something that they think it's like a normal thing for brothers or sisters to do. So.
Yeah, me and my sister, that's what we did.
Right. You guys are about 10 months apart. So it's good for them to have somebody in the same grade as them because they'll be around each other, and the way the school is designed, the same age.
I just don't get there. I still don't get why they are saying that. They're more than a year apart.
And the same grade is in the same area of the school, so they can do more activities together.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah. Let us know how the audio and the video quality is, and this will be brief today because we got to get them ready for bed, and plus our other children.
Got to get them ready for bed. 14-year-old and 13-year-old. What you got to do to get them ready for bed? You gonna tuck them in too?
They're upstairs jumping around. If you can, I'm sure you can hear them. Jay says, I think Lil Lennon will be 19 when he graduates. No.
Yeah, Jay's right. And listen, that's not me. But if I was there, I definitely would have said that. He's going to be 19, sir.
No.
18.
So yeah, he'll be 18. Yeah, because you're in the 8th grade now.
One of them to get married, saying, I that's kind of I want my sons to. I'm telling them since they were little kids, you're going to go to college together. You're going to marry nurses that are sisters and live next door to each other. I planted that in their brains when they were little kids.
You are 14, 8.
That's definitely not happening.
9, 10, 11, 12. It'll be 4 years. So
now see what he just did. You're 14, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. And then he added the 4 to it. He said, okay, you're going to be 18 when you graduate. The person in the chat just told him, no, he's going to be 19. But again, Lennon is smarter than everybody else, so he's going to correct the person in the chat and probably block them afterward. That's what he normally does.
The same age and the same grade is in the same area of the school, so they can do more activities together.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Why would they want to do more stuff? They've been trapped in the house together forever. They want to meet other people, I'm sure.
Let us know how the audio and the video quality is. And this will be brief today because we got to get them ready for bed. And plus our other children are upstairs jumping around. If you can, I'm sure you can hear them. Jay says, I think Lil Lennon will be 19 when he graduates. No.
18.
So Yeah, he'll be 18. Yeah, because you're in the 8th grade now. You are 14.
Now that laugh was from the kid they're talking about, who again has no agency of his own to say a thing about it. Just listen to them talking about him as if he's not there. At that age, he should have some agency. He should be his own representative by that age. You shouldn't be able to talk about him like he's not there at that age without him saying something.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It'll be 4 years, so you'll be 18. Yeah, and your birthday's in February.
Okay.
Just added
okay, so
so this was my point. That was the whole point, is that Lenin's idea is that they put him in that grade because he would have been 17 when he graduated. And he didn't want that. And she didn't want him going to college too early, right? But if they're in the same grade, doesn't that mean that the youngest son would have been 16 when he graduated? And doesn't that mean that even if you go a year after, won't he be 17 when he graduates? But the deal is, Lenin does not, he's going to do all he can to make sure they don't go to college. And he really did. He won because they didn't. And now that kid that wanted to study history, the kid that really wanted to go to college, the one that composed his music and that he would have loved to go to a performing arts school like Lenin went to. He would have loved to go to 5 years at Irvine studying with James Newton, world-renowned flute player. He would have loved to have those same opportunities, but Lenin took all that away from him. And the thing is, the way it looks is, you know how kids are. Kids really think that the choices before them, that everything is their fault, that they're just not good enough. They absorb everything into that. They don't realize their parents are just people till they're in their 30s. And so he'll really walk around with this idea that he's less than, and not realize that his father took away all his choices before he ever got a chance to make them. And he did it consciously. There's a battle going on between these two parents for their kids' future. And that's the thing that I wanted to talk about, because again, finding out that that this second son is autistic now, according to the school system in Utah, and ADHD, and probably taking drugs and walking around the city like he's crazy. Every third post talking about self-deletion something. You failed as a father. And we called it in the sector a long time ago that he was a phony. And I used to say a long time ago, you know what? Our judgment will come to us through our children. It won't be immediate. You can sit in front of the camera and be as haughty as you want to be. Your judgment will come to you through your children. And look at what's happening with them. I could pull up the videos and the pictures, but I'm not going to do it. Because really, my criticism is for Lenin. His kids have 60 more years of life. They can unfuck themselves. They can undo all of the stuff that he did to them. They can untangle their life and their mind and everything and get everything going right by the time they're 29, 30. But their father put them in a bad position, yet he still thinks he's better than his own father. He still talks bad about his own father. But his own father and mother sent him to college for 5 years. He had a stable enough environment to where he was able to go to a performing arts school, which is a privilege. That's a privileged background to get to go to a performing arts school. And to have a professional musician be your mentor all the way through college. He's probably there on scholarship. And then to prevent your children from having those same opportunities, he probably could have got his son into that performing arts school just on legacy alone. But he moved them away from their aunts, their aunties, their aunts, their uncles, their cousins, their friends, and took them to 1950s America They live somewhere now where there's 70 black people. No, I'm not even lying. I'm not even joking. 70. It says 77. One search I did said it's 35. The next one says 77. That's how many people that are there that are considered black. And the videos that, I don't know if you were here earlier, Speakeasy, the videos from Joe Trace season 1 that showed the kids on the bus harassing the kid, Alpine School District, that's where his kids go. That's where he moved to. He moved to Alpine School District. They got one high school. And there's a part of this that actually wasn't going to include in this, but there's a part of this that talks about that same school district, because now he's got 2 daughters in school. I think it's 2. I think the other one is still in school. 2 daughters in school, in high school, and his youngest son should be about 14. Now, I think that keeps them in junior high school there. I'm not sure when they put them in school, but the key is 2 daughters. Now, listen to this story in Alpine School District, where he just moved to with his kids.
Live from Utah's first TV station, ABC4 News celebrates 75 years.
Hello, I'm Sarah Murphy. Thanks for joining us here for ABC4 News at 10. Tonight, we begin after a lengthy investigation into sexual assault at Alpine School District. ABC4 News learned how the Utah Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights says Alpine needs to begin responding to reports of sexual assault. Take a look.
In a statement, the OCR says the Alpine School District discriminated against students by failing to respond to reports of sexual assault. Now, they specifically say they believe that Alpine discriminated on students based on their gender. They released a statement saying, quote, OCR determined that the district discriminated against students based on sex by failing to respond to reports of sexual assault by employees and students, or to coordinate its response to such reports through its Title IX coordinators, among other Title IX violations. The OCR also outlined several specific instances that Alpine failed to investigate with sexual assault. According to their findings, in 2018, a teacher performed a sexual act on a student in the classroom. Now, the teacher resigned, but Alpine didn't conduct any further investigation, determine if any students needed help following.
Now, I want to talk about that for a second. Now, I want you to take note, right? They said 2018, 2019, but there's recent stuff also. The federal government had to come in and intervene in Davis School District, where Izzy Tichenor, another kid that was labeled as autistic by them, committed suicide, probably has to do with the drugs they had her taking. And the federal government had to get involved with Alpine School District. And their report they released in 2023 is talking about all of this. This is 2023, this video. And so he took his daughters into this situation. I want you to notice how she just talked about sexual contact between a teacher and a student, and she just blew by it like nothing. She didn't go into if the person was arrested or convicted, nothing. Not what the school did, but overall, you think that they would stop at that point and talk about that. But the state of Utah, if you research it, is statewide. They have an issue with prosecuting sexual assault in the state of Utah. And the federal government has to come in and get them to do things in Utah. The state government refuses. It's like part of culture there. That's the wrong one. Let me get that back on.
The alleged assault. There were at least 2 other reports in 2017 and 2019 of employee sexual misconduct with the school, providing no evidence of the Title IX investigation or disciplinary action taken. We met with the WHO of Utah Coalition of Sexual Assault, who said a Title IX investigation is necessary in sexual assault cases.
If a student has been assaulted or harassed or in any way, mistreated, right, or discriminated against, Title IX is there to protect those students so that students have a way to report what happened to them and also access an investigation.
As I always say, crosswalks do not stop cars. Title IX is just words on paper. And if they decide to do something, they have to, it seems like it's optional. And that's why you have to put your kids in the best place for them, and not rely on some idea that some paperwork is going to protect them.
From 2017 through 2020, Alpine had a total of 88 reported instances of sexual assault. However, according to the
88?
OCRS report, only one of them was investigated. A high school student in Alpine School District expressed.
I mean, think about that number, though. I don't recall any incidents of sexual assault in my high school years at the school or related to the school.
How she would feel if put in a similar situation.
I feel like that would feel horrible for the students, and I feel like that's very like a vulnerable situation for them, and it's really hard to speak on things like that, and especially not getting notice or anything or getting any help from others, especially people who you thought were your peers and were there for you.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And so imagine taking your kids to this place. And they said the feds chastise because they can't do much more than that. 100 student reports of sexual assault and harassment. Alpine School District. Let me use my fancy tools that I got configured on this thing. Let me flex real quick. You know, I should have had it ready already. Alpine School District. That's where he moved to. Mr. Research, who knows what each one of Umar Johnson's toenails look like, he took his kids to this district. That is crazy. And the thing is, if something happened to him, would they tell their parents? The way I look at it, if I see anything about reporting a sexual assault and it says 100, that means the number is really 400. 100 are the ones that told about what happened. It's many, many, many more. 400 is conservative if 100 is there. I just use 4 because it's a good 25, you know, it's 4 parts is easy to understand. It's probably way more than that. And the fact that they take it so casually in Utah means it's a part of the culture there. That's crazy. You would take your kids into that and you call yourself a good father. That's crazy. I think there's another story. Oh yeah, this is the actual report. It's from 2023 that lists all the detail. Let me find that screen and turn off this camera, lower thirds. And so what it found was the district failed to coordinate its efforts to comply, The district did not notify employees and students of the district's, okay, you're talking about Title IX coordinator setup and everything. The district failed to take appropriate steps to investigate complaints. Including referring such matters to law enforcement. So they didn't even bother to contact the police to follow up. They failed to take appropriate steps to investigate a complaint to reports student-to-student contact, including whether the assaults created a hostile environment for the students at school, and failed to provide interim measures to students alleged to have been sexually assaulted. So the girls were basically just on their own. And imagine if how many girls are sexually assaulted and they never tell anybody in their family. If you find out that this kind of environment exists, you just do not put your kids there. You take them out. This is the time to homeschool. This is where you go find, you put your money down. You get what you pay for with education. You can't, we're talking about girls and boys, it's a different thing. No way in hell my daughter would step foot in that district. We would have to move. Throw up another GoFundMe, get another 10K, and move to Hemet. How about that? It worked before, it'll work again. This time it'll be real. I'm giving you all the material you need in order to make your GoFundMe. Yeah, he knows more about FDMG. And that's what I'm saying, is that FDMG is a hypothetical school. You're talking about hypothetical people and hypothetical students, and while your own kids is struggling, you in the room talking about Umar Johnson. That's crazy. I have a thumbnails thing. Yeah. This is crazy. This is I should have did this different. This is a slideshow of all Lennon Honors thumbnails for like 3 years. 3 or 4 years. I think I got every year except 2024 on this. The amount of videos is crazy. I should have made it run faster. This is intended to be a backdrop in one of these other videos. And let me get back to
live from Utah's first TV station, ABC.
And so where am I at? I gotta fix that. Take me to studio mode and fix that scene over here. Get rid of that block in Lennon Honors content. Yeah, so the kids stuff, I think it was handled okay, blocking them out. And the main issue is the parents controlling and not thinking right. And you can see that both of them are a little stunted. I thought it was just Lennon, but I guess it's not just Lennon. But I think I accepted her answer for why they were going to be in the same grade. It made sense. Yeah, okay, I see why you want to do that. He'll have an advantage when it comes to everything. If he had any physical mass, if he had any muscle mass, but he's, looks like a 9-year-old boy, the way he's malnourished. So let's take that block out and get back to Studio A. So what I'm playing with here is a new system. It's not really new, but I'm playing with OBS as my primary system instead of using the cloud-based systems. And I spend a lot of time configuring to get it working right. And I'm just walking through this over here, getting ready for the Joe Trace live streams coming up here in the immediate future. And where is the I'm trying to get out of studio mode.
Live from Utah's first TV station, ABC4 News celebrates 75 years.
Hello, I'm Sarah Murphy. Thanks for joining us here for ABC4 News.
I don't know why she gets on my nerves. She gets on my nerves. I don't know if you saw this, Speakeasy. This is the park while I get this set up over here.
Being personally responsible. Here comes this guy again. They're having this event over here with these children, and they already asked me to leave, but it's not like they're in, they own the park. So let me see what he has to say.
There it is right there.
Okay. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah. Unfortunately, my manager came out and asked if we can put the equipment away. I don't know why. To be quite honest with you, just yeah, she just has a weird thing because it's I guess it's private property. Anybody's filming anything on here other than valley-wide events is I don't know, they consider it trespassing or whatever, but I hate to inform you, but yeah.
Okay, this is not private property. This is a park.
No, it's private property with the valley-wide. Again,
and I understand you're doing your job, yeah. And the lady had already asked me once before, so I moved from over there to over here.
This I can guarantee it is private property.
A public park is private property.
Yeah.
You see the contradiction?
It's weird.
There's a school next door, there's a park, and the park is public property. On one of these baseball fields, they're about to have a Easter egg hunt.
Hey, Cloudscape. It's a nice wrench you got there.
So they brought some children over from the school to have the Easter egg hunt. And one of the women over here, she took issue with me recording videos out here. And this is before the children even came. And so what I told her, she said, you know, she said, I can't have you over here with a camera with the children coming over. And it was interesting, the words that she used, like, I can't have you, as if she's an authority that she can dictate, you know, whether or not someone can have a camera or not, or where they sit inside of a park, which is public property.
Recognize that, you know, he's all by himself. It's not a live stream. That's him recording video. And he's, you know, minimizing and lying and everything. And he later edited this and put it up and uploaded it. But he was editing from an emotional place, trying to be right. And he uploaded the evidence that he was lying about what was said. And I went through this. I showed the connection. It takes me down this lane of that I kind of don't want to go. I kind of want to go there. But we did the education part already. I'm gonna let this finish though. And while I prepare for the next part.
Yes, ma'am.
They're having a big event here, so all these kids are coming, so I can't have the video camera out.
Okay, what time does it start?
They should be here in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish up before then.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think they're having a Easter egg hunt from their school over here. So she was just telling me that I can't have the camera running once they get here.
They're having a big event here, so all these kids are coming, so I can't have the video camera out.
Okay, what time does it start?
They should be here in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish up before then. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think they're having a Easter egg hunt from their school over here. So she was just telling me that I can't have the camera running.
This guy, he's sitting across the street.
Just a second. That part he's saying was she's just telling me I can't have the camera running. Again, he's talking to nobody. He's not live. He's just recording a video.
Street, and my children are playing in the yard, and you know, I said, and he's sitting there for a while, and I'm like, okay, well, I can go over there and talk with him a little bit. I wasn't rude. I was very respectful. I walked over, opened up the gate. I walked over, and I said, hey, excuse me, you need any help? And he said, no, I don't need any help. Thank you, but thank you. And I said, oh, okay, well, you're not a pedophile, are you? And he's like, no, I guarantee, no. I'm just checking I said, okay, I just want to check, make sure. And I walked away, shut the gate, locked it, and came in the house.
I said, what did you say to him?
Yeah, I said, I just asked him if he was a pedophile. But no, I mean, really think about that. I mean, that is, and I was respectful about it. It wasn't like I was blowing things out of proportion. I wanted to know whether or not he was there because he was checking out my children.
But we shouldn't assume that just because there's someone sitting over here in the park and he's African American, that somehow you have the authority to tell him what he needs to do.
Now he's playing the race card immediately, right? Anybody of any ethnicity that had a camera there filming when kids are supposed to come over, and the school and the park are one thing, they would tell him the same thing. Can you please put your recording equipment away? That's what they told him. Now he's turned it into a race thing. Again, he's not live. He's recording himself. And he's emoting like he's talking to a real person. But it's crazy. Considering that what I just played, letting you know that this is how he thinks about a car parked across the street. It's a pedophile in there. And if I ask the pedophile, is he a pedophile? He's going to tell me. Yes, and he's going to say, yeah, I am. That's crazy talk. It just shows you what's always on his mind.
They never came back. I found that to be very interesting. Very interesting. In fact, the children now over there in that area where I was at, and this is about an hour and a half after she initially told me to move. They're getting their.
I just want to note the prolonged gaze in the direction of the children with the creepy smile. And I wanted to note also how quickly he changed from this crazy looking angry like this. He went from this to,
in fact, the children
to that in a flash.
They're over there in that.
And from this point forward, he does not release his gaze. He's looking at something specific and just talking. Now, the people that told him to put the equipment away are probably really freaked out that this dude is sitting here smiling at their kids, talking to nobody like he's talking to somebody for real. With that gaze that he doesn't release as he's talking. What's he looking at?
Area where I was at, and this is about an hour and a half after she initially told me to move. They're over there getting their Easter egg.
So an hour and a half after she said, he's still recording, still in the corner, being creepy, talking about Easter, which he associates with sex, which he doesn't celebrate because he's anti-religious, anti-Jehovah's Witness. He didn't bring his kids with him to the park, though his house is only a half a mile from this park. This is a school his kids would have went to if he would have allowed them to go to school. If he brought his kids with him, it would have been a different story. And when you go back in the video, what I pointed out earlier was that being the foremost expert on Lennon Honor content, he never puts himself to the left of the screen like that. He's always in the center. Always in the center. And because they never told him anything about Easter, that means that he already knew they were having an Easter event there. And all of this space over here is for what? Was it to record the kids playing in the background? He's normally in the center of his screen. And when I put all the pieces together, her not saying anything about Easter, but him deciding it was an Easter event, which means he already knew what it was. This is the Monday after Easter. And him refusing to leave over an hour and a half later, still there looking at the kids, facing outward toward the kids. That's all suspicious as hell to me. And the main thing that makes it suspicious is my knowledge about his previous history, about his other stuff. I mean, what else do we know about Lennon Honor?
Live from Utah's first TV station, ABC4 News celebrates 75 years.
Hello, I'm Sarah Murphy. Thanks for joining us here for ABC4 News at 10. Tonight we begin after a lengthy...
All right, be quiet, Sarah Murphy. We get back to Studio A. And the last piece I want to show on that is his film. Do I have his film list? I think I did. I need an assistant like Joe Rogan has. Pull it up, Jamie. That's the reason why. This is the context of him sitting in that park. This is the context. He has too much content where he sexualizes children. For him to be in the park, refusing to leave, outward facing children on a day when he knows children are going to be there. Because they probably have that thing every year. They have an Easter egg hunt right there next to the school on that Monday after Easter. We did the same thing in my school. Why wouldn't he bring his kids if he was so excited about it? Easter eggs, right? He said it like he's excited about it, like he has some respect for it, that he thinks it's okay. So why didn't he bring his kids? If the lady that works in that place, let me turn this line off. If the lady that was telling him that he needs to move his equipment, if she knew about that he's the person that made this film, she would have called the police. She would have called the police for sure. Because if you pull up Angels in the Outfield on YouTube, there's a playlist that has all these little clips. And you see how long this little girl is on the screen. It's like less than 2 seconds. The camera's panning from left to right, going to the dugout, and they just show that for a flash, like a second and a half, as it goes to from left to right. He turned that into a whole sexual scene. This is not all he said. He said that the next thing he said was that this was an orgy. The people around her, that this was a representation of an orgy. And when you throw that together with all the other content, this in the park video comes across way different. Way different. Him wanting to keep his kids in the house comes across way different. The fact that you never see him next to his daughters comes across way different. That they seem to be scared of him comes across way different. Now, when he did his conspiracy theory series, he was responding to Joe Trace. I made a point to sprinkle the comments with what I was going to do because I wanted to see his reaction. His reaction was to do that series and to try to distance himself from it and say it was not his fault. It was the people. His mind was controlled by the books that he read and right? No, it's not that easy. He has too much material. If I could show his library, if you saw the sheer amount of sex references, it will blow your mind. No matter what the topic, it comes back to sex. In this film in particular, every single scene where there was children, he turned it sexual. And then said it was subliminal messaging. That's crazy. And his kids are struggling. But he's obsessed with Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson is his own issue. He's going to trip and fall no matter what. I don't really care about him going after Umar. Because Umar has turned himself into a joke with his social media stuff. I do care about, in my parasocial heart, is the kids that he led to nowhere. And I'm hoping that criticizing the hell out of him now in this way about what he did with those older kids will help his younger kids. Maybe he'll make a different set of decisions with the younger kids. Maybe there's still a chance for them to have a real life. His second son is just wandering the streets unemployed with an autism bracelet on, believing what that diagnosis that they gave him and using it as an excuse for his whole life. He went someplace where they thought black people were inferior, and he allowed them to make his son inferior. And he's so twisted, he probably took some pride in the autism diagnosis. Now, while his peers are in college and going forward with their life, even if you don't go to college, I mean, job training, go learn a trade and go to work. Some way where you're going to be able to take care of yourself. That when I die as a father, I got to know that the sons and daughters I raise are okay. that they're able to take care of themselves, that I put them in the best position I could in terms of options for their life. And if I ask the question, who is the best father? Both of them are bad fathers, Lennon and Umar. But which one is worse, really? That's the question. Which one is the worst? When I pull up the content, I'm like, listen, how can you be surrounded by this message about special education and then let them do that to your child? And I think he's got more than one child in special education. Just that's speculation. I know about one. I don't know about the other one, but I think it's more than one. And what are the odds with that few black people that black people would be, it'd be that many black people in special education? Come on now. Now my parasocial feelings are invoked. I might have to throw a virtual chair through a window or something. See, I can't do these live. That's the thing I noticed about the what I really want to say with his son. I can't do it live. I'm gonna have to make videos that I can just upload. Because I might do some damage. Let's see. I think I kind of covered most of what I wanted to cover. I did also put a link pinned up there. And it's because I want to play with this Google Meet system as like the link. I like Google Meet because unlike StreamYard and everything, Google Meet is you can leave Google Meet. Like if we had a panel of like 6 people, 7 people talking and I want to go, but it's my channel, I could leave and the Google Meet will continue. And the next person could go live and share the same Google Meet and take it on with them, take the panel with them. And so it's cool in that way to be able to not have to be stuck there. You can let people continue without you. And it's got some interesting features as far as like transcription and whatnot. Now, I don't know if I got it set up properly actually for the interaction with this system I'm using. That's what I'm playing with. I could test it on my own, but that was the plan. And the cool thing about Google Meet also is that it uses your Google account. And so people that are connecting, they have to use their Google account. And one of the things that I want to promote is this idea of having your online identity stuff together. So you should have an account on Google where the name of the account is your Google name, not your real name. You should have an email address that you're using for online that nothing is connected to. No alerts from your other accounts, no nothing. It's only for online stuff. It's only for parasocial stranger stuff. So you wouldn't try to connect with your Google account that you use for your job and your family. You need to have a sanitized version of tools ready for you to use. If you don't have that, I don't want to talk to you anyway. You know, I have my own rules when it comes to, like I call them conversationships online. I don't ask personal questions of people that I like. I let the conversation and the conversationship stay right there where it is. And I don't want them to tell me too much about detail because people they can get embarrassed about what they told you. And then suddenly things change and they're upset. Or some people that you talk to a lot of other people, and information that they tell could be someone else can share it. And now they're suspicious that you share their information. And I'm a vault when it comes to other people's information. I don't share what people share with me. And so I like Google Meet in that way. It puts all those restrictions in place and it's flexible. I like the transcription thing. I really like that. And it's got some other plug-in tools you can use. You can plug in an AI model to it. It's got a software development kit. And so theoretically, it could be connected to with a plugin to OBS, and I want to work on that project myself. And so I want to try it out. StreamYard is comfortable; everybody can do it, but I don't intend to have conversations with more than one person, 1 or 2 people at a time, anyway. But if you have a chance to check out Google Meet, try it on your own, and you might actually like it. And the prices are much better than anything, StreamYard or EVMux or anything else. It's much cheaper. Get it as part of a whole Google package that gives you more storage and everything. Oh, that's quite a commercial. They should pay me for that. So what do I have left? I did the Izzy Tichenor stuff, I think. I didn't actually show you that her family settled. The little girl that was in my first video, that autistic girl that committed suicide, they settled. They gave them $2 million and put a statue in the library. I don't know why they did the statue. A statue of a black girl in a racist district is just going to become a weapon used against every other black girl that ever comes to that school. They should keep that part. I think this is a settlement.
And right now, the family of Izzy Tichenor, the 10-year-old girl who died by suicide.
That bothers me. Izzy Tichenor bothers me.
And right now, the family of Izzy Tichenor, the 10-year-old girl who died by suicide after her family says she was bullied at school, is reacting to.
Why does that stop?
On the steps of the Utah State Capitol, commenting on.
I don't know what that is. Let me start that over.
And right now, the family of Izzy Tichenor, the 10-year-old girl who died by suicide after her family says she was bullied at school, is reacting to the end of a long legal battle.
Just minutes ago, the Tichenor family held a news conference on the steps of the Utah State Capitol, commenting on how the $2 million settlement will continue to support Izzy's legacy to help other children.
To commemorate this, Davis School District will place a statue of Izzy in the Foxborough Elementary School library.
That, why? What does that have to do at all with what happened with that girl? I want to hear about prosecution. I want to hear about people being fired. I want to hear about something happening other than writing a check for $2 million. $2 million for the loss of a child. That's crazy.
This is a long time coming. I'm still having issues with as far as grieving over her still.
Get out of Utah. We need to actually do a underground railroad to get the people out of Utah.
It's been almost 2 years now since young Izzy Tichenor died by suicide.
Fox 13 News reporter Darian DeBrule walks us through the events leading up to tonight's settlement.
Can't take that shit out. That's the overall point. And she was labeled as autistic by the same, by those people. Same as Lyndon Honor's child was labeled as autistic by those people, on medication that pays residual income to the doctor. This not science. Mental health diagnosis is not science. If you can't show me a biological test that shows me I have this and that shows me it's improving when you give me this medication, I don't believe you. I think you're just selling me snake oil. If you give me medication and say try it and come back if it doesn't work, what are you giving me? The first thing they give you, and it comes with that's residual income for the doctor. You come back with side effects. Oh, now I can't sleep. They give you something to sleep. They're also going to get residual income from that. They double their money. You go back again. They give you something for bloating. They give you something for each symptom, and now you're taking 4 drugs. And your copay is what your copay is, but their residual income is based on the full price of the drug, their commission. And so they're using your kid to make a profit. Destroying his mind and his future. And how many drugs related to mental health have self-deletion as a side effect or as a what happens if you stop taking it. How many? And this girl, 10-year-old girl, killed herself. But they don't even attempt to make the connection between any drugs she might have been taking as a result of this diagnosis she got from this school district. I need to go break something real quick. Hold on. So that's going to be, all of this stuff is part of the video that is starts out with Joe Trace season 2's live stream. So it's going to be a response to that last video that featured this same girl. It's going to show the result of that story. It's also going to show the fact that Lyndon Honor moved to the district that was featured in the first video that had all the racial incidents. He moved from where he was to there, where the racial incidents were happening in that first video. And if he's going to say he's a good parent, if anybody's going to say he's a good parent, you're lying. You're not a good parent if you don't protect your kids. And if you take them into danger that you know is there, even if it didn't happen to them yet, you take them to a district with over 100 sexual assaults reported, so 400, 500, 600 unreported, and you send your daughters into that? That is crazy. All to get away from black people, because it's not happening from black people, so I guess it's okay. That's the one thing we learned from Speakeasy's first video, is he don't want nothing to do with black people. He blamed black people for everything. And the funny thing at Speakeasy's on Speakeasy's shockumentary was that he gave his whole rationale about it wasn't bad till black people came over here. Right before he said that, he had just told a story about a cool Mexican dude who overdosed right there in the doorway. But that wasn't no problem because they wasn't black. That man is so jilted. But look at who's paying the price for it. His own children. Got to get out of Utah. What kind of future can they have in Utah? Now, I'm all in this business. But all up in your business. This is the Parasocial Olympics, bro. I got the district report. I did the Alpine school thing. I need to remind Speakeasy real quick of this issue between him and I here.
You're not niggas.
That's for you, sir. That's the important point, though. You say we don't have those kind of problems. That's the thing that really that I when I wrote it out, like in my script that I wrote, it hits on the same thing Speakeasy just said. That we didn't have these type of problems, right? Now you're talking about what Lyndon said, right? But also that talks about what I'm talking about, which is he moved from a place where he knew where all the potholes were, right? If you grew up in the city, you know where to go, where not to go. You understand what things mean. You know all of the places to avoid. You know how to read the room. You know how to read the body language because you're from there. You know when things is about to happen and you leave before it happens, right? And you can teach that to your kid. You can show them that. As opposed to moving to some place brand new where you don't know anything about how the society operates, so you can't protect your kids at all. All you've given them in their whole life is these crazy ideas that you thought up in your room. That's all you can give them. Stuff that don't even make sense. Where do you think Lyndon Honor is right now? Charlie Kirk was shot 20 miles from Lennon Honor's house. He is already spooked about anything that happens around September 11th. He doesn't believe it's true. He didn't believe in that Sandy Hook was real. He doesn't believe anything that happens is real. He thinks it's all just media programming. But this happened right where he is. What was the response of the right, the people who supported Charlie Kirk, which is the whole state of Utah, most of them? What was the response of that group to his him being killed the way he was? The response was they're going to pay back the liberals. Liberal is another word for black also. So I guarantee that the black people in town are an automatic target 20 miles from where Charlie Kirk was shot. Not by everybody, but by somebody. Now you're right there in the belly of the beast with your kids, with your idea that race doesn't even exist. It's not even real. Telling your kids all their life that anything happened before 9/11, that's not even real. They're just trying to control you. And now your kids are looking at you like you're really crazy. And let me just tell you this without saying too much. The fact that the guy who did the shooting was LGBT and had a trans girlfriend is relevant inside of Lennon Honor's own house. It's relevant. Our judgment comes through our children. And Umar Johnson is in way better shape than Lennon Honor. Even with his crazy daughter running around getting beat up in the streets of Philly. Those are Philly punches. Those are, they understand Philly beatings. It's the difference between getting beat up in Philly and being destroyed psychologically, spiritually, and emotionally in Utah with no spiritual base. You say what you want about the church and Christianity, whatever. The church is a spiritual base. And it's a set of tools for how to cope with what's happening in life. If you got a room of 180 people praying for you, in that moment when it's happening, when you're standing up and they got their hands on you, it means something to you. It soothes you in a way. Prayer and meditation are the same thing. They overlap. And there's been MRI studies to show that. They overlap. Lennon took any kind of spiritual thing from his kids and replaced it with nothing. And they're there just to cope with what happens in life based on the other crazy shit that he told them. And the result is they end up on drugs given to them by people who don't care about them. Drugs that really do destroy their mind and their body. He grew up in church. He went to school, public school. He went to a performing arts school. He went to college. He has a birth certificate. He got vaccinated. All the stuff that he took away from his kids, he had all of it. He had the benefit of health care and health checks and checkups and everything, going to the dentist. He had all of that, but he denied it to his kids. But he's a good father? Shit. He should have never made a manhood video, fatherhood video in his life. He should go delete those videos. All his old content, he didn't remove it. It's still up. It's just private. You need to delete that whole channel. Forget you ever said anything about any of those topics. But those kids is coming. It's just a matter of time. And I found recently that those kids are on YouTube. I could put an ad in the damn description of this video and bring one of them kids right here. 20 years old. So they're not really kids anymore. They're young adults. And would it be bad to to make a message to say, look, you got to break away and make your own way in your life? Because it takes us some time to figure out that our parents are leading us in the wrong way. We think of them as superheroes from birth. But if you got somebody taking away your choices and limiting what you're going to be able to do, what if he died? What would you do? I bet he's the only person with a driver's license in the whole house. I bet nobody has a car except for him. That's why he was always talking about, I got to go shopping, I got to do this, I got to do that, because he takes it all upon himself. He wants to be in control and make every choice for everybody. What pants they buy, all detail. You remember he made a video about skinny jeans. And his son was talking about they got to wear outdated clothes. And whatever you feel about skinny jeans, it's about whatever is the fashion of that time period or the fashion of your child. It's not necessarily about you and what you would choose. Shaving that kid's head skin bald with no guard, just down to the skin like Mr. Clean for the first day of school is cruel. And then making him wear clothes that you picked out with no respect for his own style is cruel. They crushed that kid. And I went back and looked at other videos. I went back as I was parasocially pissed. Like I went back and pulled up a bunch of the old videos that featured the kids, and he had a video with him and his sons, a couple of them. And he always treated that boy like he wasn't the one. And in all those videos, that second son is the smart one. He's the intelligent one. But that's what they said about ADHD and those drugs, was that kids that were bright were the ones that were targeted. And that's terrible. I think I've gotten through most of my soapboxes. Oh, I got another one for Speakeasy here real quick. Because I wanted to review, I think I have Speakeasy's video up here. I was going to do a review, but he kept saying nigga too much, messing with my conscience. Ancestors rolling over in their grave.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand opening of the Speakeasy, niggas.
Look at that. We just started. We only been going for, look, how many seconds is that? This is 9 seconds in, and already I got to play it.
You're not.
Go get your drinks.
Let's move up. It's crazy. Yeah, I got that video right there too. You know, Speakeasy is the one that got me into this, actually, because I was trying to find this video, and I went and looked through the videos I had downloaded. I was doing something like, you know, I just downloaded videos, so I didn't want to have to be on the internet all the time. So I would just download whole channels. And so when I looked for this video that he made, I found the video about the sign in better
places. There are other people that they're.
And that's when I look at him side, I was like, what? That's a lie. And I started looking for more stuff, and I found all this other bullshit.
Fine with where they're at. I understand that too, but I can't look down upon the brother. You see, so I'm pleading with him. I'm basically saying, look, man, you gonna have to cut this shit off because you end up dead. Okay, 4 days later, the daughter came home and found him collapsed on the floor in the bathroom. She calls the police. The police come out, ambulance, and fire truck, they open up the door, they come in, and they automatically, I see them, because I can like walk out my door, make on the left, this on this side, and I can look straight to the left and look right into their door, right into where the bathroom is at. It's a small house, it's a 1-bedroom.
Now, I'm going to let this bitch fest run. The nigga just did a whole motherfucking hour-long video bitching and shit. But he revealed
all that profanity,
a lot about himself. And y'all gonna see. So I'm gonna let this shit run, and I'll be back as soon as this motherfucker fuck up. Here I go.
I said, is dude done? He said, yeah, he's done.
Now, the guy he's talking about, that guy is not black, it's Mexican. But he goes on to talk about everything was fine till the black people came in, but the guy who OD'd in the doorway next to his kids is Mexican.
He overdosed, he OD'd, and dude died. Why did this happen? Because of the drugs. See,
word.
he wasn't able to be on the square to such a degree that it took his own life.
On the square, he means not at work. Go to work, Lennon.
This happens all the time. You see, so part of my message here is that, man, we can't be fucking with the drugs, men. Okay, women too, but men in particular, we can't, because it really destabilizes our ability to be men, to be fathers, to be husbands. Okay, and I grew up again in a household that was full of dysfunction because my father was on alcohol extreme, King Cobra and malt liquor.
You know, the thing that, Speakeasy, the thing that I realized listening to him, that it wasn't just his father on drugs. He might think so. You remember when, I don't know if you remember when crack came through. Crack came through, that was like it was a storm. It was something that you could hit one time and be addicted, period, hardcore. People never had seen anything like that before. The whole party crowd was addicted to crack because it was something that you can do, you just try for one time, and they were giving it out for free. So we had people everywhere addicted to crack. Now, is it a stretch to say that it wasn't just him, just his mother, his father that was on drugs? When he describes his household, there's no food in the cabinets, no nothing, destable. He's taking care of his injuries by himself. His uncle came down the street to help him. Where's his mom? I think that both his parents was on drugs. And I think that this is pure speculation. I'm a parasocialist. I'm talking parasocial shit. I think that his mother was also on drugs. And I think that that's why he resents his mom.
"40 ounces. Smoked all kinds of weed, used to grow the weed. And then other types of drugs, and at a certain point he got on crack, and it's a wrap. Okay, remember the crack epidemic? Okay, crack, it was a wrap.
His father's still alive and kicking and married and apparently happy, so I guess it wasn't a wrap. And it's just that his oldest son keeps on bringing up the fact that when he was a young man, because his father was young, they got married out of high school. When his father was a young man, he made some mistakes in his family life. And the question would be, was Lennon Honor's father a better father than he is? Is an absent father whose kids all go on to college and have careers and are healthy, functioning adults, is that a better father than a father who sits in the house with them and suppresses them and removes their opportunities and their options for the future with his ideology, with his bullshit and controlling ways? Which one is the better father?
So I done seen so much. So even when this went down, I remember my wife was like, this is crazy.
I'll see you, Miss Moore. Yeah, crack was crazy. And look at the back to back, right? Crack and AIDS. AIDS was like a movie. Everybody gay died. Everybody. I lost 2 uncles. They're in the hospital one day, next day they was gone. And nobody knew what it was or where it came from or how it worked. Did it come through the water, through the air? Nobody knew what it was. They was trying to get rid of us in the 80s for real. Crime bill, 5 years mandatory for crack cocaine, no mandatory sentence for powder cocaine, privatized prisons, They were trying to get rid of us, and a bunch of just say no commercials for white kids with white stars on them. They was trying to get rid of us. It didn't work though.
But I didn't really have an emotional reaction to it because I done seen enough shit in my life to where I'm desensitized to that. But I recognize that the reason why that happened was because he wasn't able to be on the square because of the drugs. Okay. So the point that I'm making here is, in the neighborhood that we live in, there are things that happen quite often, right? And part of the reason why I'm doing this video is as a reminder to myself as a man that I need to step my game up, if you will, so that I can move my family into a bigger home and into a better neighborhood, because this shit is not working.
Who you mad at, bro? And I know that when he got to Utah, like, oh, this is nice. He regrets leaving Hemet. He regrets it. He really does. And the funny part is that he probably could have crowdfunded a down payment and bought that place. And that place includes both units. He could have probably worked out a deal to buy it from the owner. And the owner could have took a note for him to buy that property. And he would own both units. The person renting in that one unit could have been paying his mortgage or paying part of it. But he just wasn't a smart guy. And he got to Utah, and now he's in the same exact situation that he was in Hemet. And the place he just moved to in Utah, he's paying like $2,500 a month for rent.
It ain't working. Hey, boy, listen here. Let me give y'all.
This is so much, right? How does it feel to have somebody all up in your business like this? Man, that's crazy.
A little background. This bitch fest was brought to you so that he can then go and pull a fucking GoFundMe to get me out of the hood, because the motherfucker ain't got enough motherfucking skills or a skill set to get himself out of the hood.
Man, you know what? I'm working on a project just for this purpose. So I'm connecting offline large language models, which is like ChatGPT, but local, right? I'm connecting, and the thing is, I don't have to make it local, but I'm making a local one to transcribe the language of a video like this one, and then to beep out all the profanity that, whatever I decide is profanity, and to beep it out automatically on the fly, or even to substitute the words with another word. I just want to say that. This is for Speakeasy.
You're not niggas.
And Samuel Jackson was in everything.
Tell you something, Lennon. When you start laying down with a woman and you start spurting out kids left and right, the first motherfucking thing you should do when you had a first kid is make sure you got enough skills to take care of the family, regardless of how many children you have, you little punk motherfucker.
5 kids. As far as I can count, 9 pregnancies. 9 pregnancies. A miscarriage after the 5th child. So in this house, with the 5 kids all crowded together, he got her pregnant again. Think about that. How many kids did his father have? 6. Right? He's recreating the family again. And look at how he treats his oldest son. Lennon was the oldest son.
Now, since you want to fault find with niggas, I find a lot of fault with you, player.
No. You don't lead the league in curse words. And the way you count them the niggas with P and Kip is amateur. It's amateur. I'm gonna show you something later on. And you just gotta get DaVinci Resolve. Get DaVinci Resolve, and DaVinci Resolve will transcribe it for you, even the bad words. A lot of software, they won't transcribe the bad words. but it will transcribe even the bad words. Then you can just do a search for that word. It'll show you how many times they said it. And P is the leader. P has said nigga more times than anybody has said any other word in the sector.
Now he's going to be revealing. He's going to be revealing a lot of shit, and we gonna get right into it because now.
Yeah, let me find. I want to give him to where he biting that lip again. I wonder if Speakeasy saw him bite his lip earlier in the other content. You bite his lip when you talk about black people. What's up, man? I think it's something wrong with his face. Got some frozen muscle. They got some muscle problem. Yeah, I got to go through these videos and get my time stamp straight.
You see, so part of my message here is that, man, we can't be.
We ain't on drugs. Oh, let me tell you, one of my old theories is that with the place where he moved to in Utah, it's got a bunch of rehab places. And one of my theories was that he was on drugs. And the reason why he knew so much detail about where they buy the drugs at and everything next door is that he was getting drugs from there. He slept all day, was up all night, sounded like a tweaker, acting like a tweaker. That was one of my old theories way back in the 2022s. Like, are you sure you're not the one on drugs? You talk about drugs too much. That's what I know what you're trying to do. I'm meditating on these rocks. Yeah, this is all, Speakeasy started all this.
Is to make stuff as comfortable as possible inside and outside.
Bro, the kids are stacked on top of each other in that house. Stacked on top of each other. There's no way they could be comfortable in that trailer house, stacked together. 7 people, always home. And he's recording all the time, usually inside in the biggest, nicest room. So they got to be quiet in them rooms, pretending to be homeschooled. With a beautiful, wonderful school right down the street. Somebody should call Child Protective Services. Really. Somebody should call Child Protective Services. If you look at the outcomes that he has now, somebody should have called. Get them kids out of that house and get them into something. They're malnourished along with being undereducated. They look emaciated. Back then. Even now, you can see they're still dealing with that. Severely thin. I went too far like I usually do, and I found a picture of a meal that they were having. His wife made a cookbook, and she actually showed them eating a meal on video, and it was just some rice and some beans on it on a paper plate. That's it. I'm like, that's the dinner? That's crazy. And she's like, she just learned to cook, now with the kids. Somebody should have called CPS a long time ago. I mean, now, they're big. They can take care of themselves. But back then, during this time period, everybody that was watching and saying how good of a father he is because he tells you he's a good father every time he see you, somebody should have called CPS. Just to shock them. And ain't like CPS gonna do anything. But they may have done something about the amount of people living in a tiny place, though. And you can move into a place that has no appliances. That's beyond crazy because this is the place they moved into with no washer and dryer, no oven, no stove, no refrigerator. They moved into an empty place with nothing in it. And that's crazy. I don't even know if that's legal. I think I did look it up and found that it was legal. But that's crazy that you take a woman, 3 small kids under 5 years old, and pregnant, about to have the next baby. And the way I know that is creepy. There's a video of of when they were at the house before this house at a birthday party for their oldest child, which means it was February. Right. And she was pregnant with 3 small kids, including the oldest. So she was pregnant with the 4th child, which is the active girl, right? And then her caption says, 2 weeks after this, I had my baby. But she had that baby in this house because he delivered that baby. So they were in a house that had appliances and everything that they needed. Friends and family was over. And then 2 weeks later, they were here. So what that tells me is that there's no way that they got the oven, the refrigerator, and all that stuff within that time period. If they didn't have that when they first got here, that means that she delivered the baby there without that stuff. He should be ashamed of himself. He should never tell these stories at all. Because it's crazy. And his kids will figure it out. They'll be in their 30s judging him over it. And they'll be dropping his name the way he drops and disrespects his father all the time. They'll be doing the same thing to him.
Upon the budget that we have. That's what real men do. I'm not going to complain, but I do know one thing. We're moving up and out of here as soon as possible.
No matter how many scams I got to pull, we getting up out of here. Right? It sounds like, it sounds urgent. Like, yeah, I would have sent him $50, right? He sounds like, okay, I don't know nothing about you. I'll send you $50 to help you move. Right? It's money I would have wasted on something else anyway. But then he got the money, and did he move? Nope. He didn't move until 10 months after he got the money. Scamming.
To make this happen. Okay? So I'm up early this morning.
And he lied about the time in this video, which I thought was funny too.
And I go to bed around 10 p.m. last night, and
What's that? It should be happy. It should be happy, pappy, Dr. He delivered the baby. Let me tell you this, DC. I'll give you some more lore. The first child, right? First and second child were both born at birthing centers. Right? Her family was centered in Atlanta. If her family was able to settle in Atlanta because of an accident that happened when she was a child that burned up a place where she was and killed her brother, her cousin, where she was the only survivor and she barely survived. It was like a coincidence that she survived. Right? And so they are able to get their homestead and buy their stuff and live in Atlanta. Lennon and his wife moved to Atlanta. Lennon did not have a job in Atlanta. So they were living with them. She was pregnant. When she was 6 months pregnant, Lennon took her from Atlanta back to California, moved in with his brother into a single room with his brother. He didn't have a job. He didn't have a car. He didn't have anything yet. Now, here's the kicker. Her mother and her aunt are twins. Rest in peace to her mother. They were both midwives. So she's seen it many times. They were midwives in the islands. They know how to deliver babies. You would think that when your wife is pregnant, you turn her over to the care of her mother and her aunts. And they're going to teach her how to take care of the baby. And in this case, they can deliver the baby because they are experienced. And it probably will be a family moment to give birth, to deliver your grandchild. That's a once in a lifetime situation. What did Lennon do? He took it away from them. And he moved across the country to California to a single room. He went to a birthing center, had the baby, got pregnant again, had the second baby. They're still in the same room with one mattress, and she's pregnant again. And on that third pregnancy, they get evicted. in this house with a bunch of other people, gangbangers and everything coming and going, drug dealers in the house. He took her from the security of her family to that environment. And then from there, they moved to the place before this place. They moved to Dolores Street in Spring Valley, California. From there, they moved to Hemet. He got evicted with a pregnant wife. And she wasn't his wife, she was his girlfriend. And 2 small kids. And his employer happened to have a hookup, and that's how he got the place on Dolores. I think he might have had some issue with his employer, and they had to leave Dolores, which would explain why would you move if your wife is 8 to 9 months pregnant. Why would you move at that moment? You wouldn't move at that moment. That means that you moved abruptly because something happened. And to move into a place with no appliances, no nothing, that's a last resort. That's a hookup from somebody that you know, and it's a last resort. Because why would you move into a place with no appliances, no nothing, with a pregnant wife ready to deliver a baby and 3 small children? 3 small under 5 children. 5 and under, I should say. That is crazy. What kind of man is that? Exactly, to 11. What kind of man? And then to risk her life by doing the delivery yourself when you had with no medical oversight, with no support, no nothing, when her mother and her aunt are both midwives. Why wouldn't you invite them there? Because he wanted the experience to himself. He wanted everything to himself. He isolated her from her family the same way he isolated her from his family. She talked about it later where she didn't know that he was disconnected. She thought they just didn't like her. What kind of man is this? The washer and dryer outside. I mean, I've seen places like that where the washer and dryer is in a central place underneath the house or something. I can understand that part. But the bigger issue is you have no refrigerator. You have nowhere to cook. Because if there's no stove and no oven, there's probably no hood either. What was in that space before that? Was it like a car dealership or something? Or it's that kind of lot. It's right there on the corner of that highway. It probably was a car dealership or something before. Some kind of office that didn't need all that stuff. And they turned it into a living space. Because there's another unit on the same exact lot underneath the same address. But this really, I mean, somebody should have called somebody. Because it's crazy what he put them through and got them thinking it's normal. Those kids will be blaming themselves for the result of their life, you know, and there's videos of them already doing that. You know, I don't have a job. I don't have this. I don't have that. Yeah, because your father took your choices from you before you ever had a chance to make them.
Go to bed before my wife, and then at about 1:30 in the morning.
How you go to bed before his wife in the house with 5 kids?
Here comes the bass music bumping. Door. Boom.
That's why I knew Speakeasy was using the DJ set. I got a DJ set like this. I'm gonna get a copyright strike for that. All right, Speakeasy, let's go. Come on, man.
And then, because it's hot out here, we have to leave the window open. And then here comes the language. Motherfucking nigga, bitch ass.
You see the way he moves his body?
Man, fuck you. Suck my dick, man. If you a pussy, this motherfucking nigga. And my wife's trying to sleep. I got babies in the next room sleep. I don't want them hearing that shit.
That's all you've been cussing the whole time you've been out here?
Yeah, I grew up around the shit, but that don't, just because I grew up around it, does that mean that my children have to hear or that I pass down that legacy to my children? No. See, and the thing is that we've had this problem with them for over 9 months. Okay, not only is the music loud, but the music is foul, the things that are being said, and then their language is foul.
Because you have no relationship with them. If if you live there for that long, you should have a relationship with them, and they should be thinking of you when they do stuff, because you have a relationship. That's why you relate with your neighbors. You don't just live next to them. He's talking all about how many people live there and all the detail, like he know them. That tells me that they actually do talk to him, but he's just throwing them under the bus right now.
So it's one thing if you're going to do that, but turn it down to where people around you don't have to hear it. Respect other people's peace. See, you can't say that Black lives.
Here we go. This is a big moment. He's said this so many times. He said it again in 2024.
Matter if you don't even respect the peace of other Black people.
Now that makes sense to Lennon. Even though Black Lives Matter is about death, it's about murder. He's equating it to people playing music or using foul language. That means they don't care about Black life. And that makes sense to him. He said the same thing about in 2023, talking about ESPN. And actually, no, it wasn't 2023. I think it was like 2021. ESPN putting Black Lives Matter stuff in the, in the broadcast, but while also employing Stephen A. Smith, who's talking bad about Black athletes. So how can you say Black Lives Matter when Stephen A. Smith is talking bad about Black athletes? Like, what the hell? Tell me you disconnected without telling me you disconnected. That don't make no sense. He's made that statement over and over again, any chance he can get. And remember, this video, this is before the Umar Johnson topic. Before Umar ever entered into the fray, he was talking this way about Black people. And Umar became just a proxy for him to voice his disdain for Black people, period.
You see what I'm saying? And we have this serious issue in the African American community. We don't give a fuck about each other.
Now, where'd that come from?
Really, we don't. We don't give a fuck about our children.
You don't give a fuck about your children.
A lot of us, we drop our children off with grandma, and that's precisely what's done over here.
Right? Now, me personally, I used to love going to my grandmother's house. She had fruit trees in the front and the back. And my other cousins would come up there. We all be there together. We all be in the living room together, watching TV. She didn't have a TV in the living room. Watching the whatever we were watching. She had a fireplace with like a stove built into the fireplace. So we'd be over there for Christmas. She had the encyclopedia set we could use when we go over there you got a book report. And back in the day when there was no internet, you had to go to an actual library or go to your aunt's house who had the good encyclopedia set. My grandmother had an encyclopedia set we would use for research. And grandparents are part of the village that you use to raise your kids. My grandmother taught me stuff. His idea was that grandparents shouldn't even be involved in their kids' life. That's why I know he had an issue with his mom. And I know that he resents his mom. Because they're close enough for those kids to go spend some time with their grandparents. But he's keeping them in that house.
So let me give you guys insight. Over here it's a 1-bedroom.
What's that? You're saying? No. Lennon lives in a city that has 70 Black people. No, seriously. In the videos I showed with the incidents in the Alpine School District, he lives in the Alpine School District. He moved from a place that had 1,200 Black people when he first got there, which is still small, to a place that has 70 Black people. And that's the high number. The low number, they said, is 35 up to 77 Black people in that entire area. 0.1% is what they were saying. And his kids are dealing with that. Labeled as autistic, special needs, in special education, all this stuff, because he took them out there. Everything Umar was talking about, he stepped in it.
And before they kicked out the last dude and their daughter and her boyfriend, there were about 11 people living over here. And I understand financial strains, I understand that, but see, you have financial strains because you're alcoholics.
Yeah, okay. And that tells me you might be on dope. I think that's all I want to see on here. He gets on my nerves. I did want to see him bite his lip. I think I missed that part. Talking about he didn't have no problem until black people came over there. I got a quicker way, right? The same thing, I think Speakeasy knows because he was his video, but the same thing he did in this Inextricably Bound video where he first bit the Umar Johnson apple. And this isn't this part of it is not showing that part, but this is the video where he first, he made the real soul to soul connection with Umar Johnson, soul to ego connection with Umar Johnson. And he shows in the beginning what he's mad about. And I'll repeat part of this again before I end this. It's right there in the beginning. Now, this is Lyndon Honor in his
Techpreneur said, what do you think about Dr. Umar Johnson? Well, first of all, we're going to take that doctor off of there and we'll say, what do you think about Umar Johnson? And, I think at a certain point, I'm going to do a video to talk about Umar Johnson simply because I've had some people who got upset with me because I made some comments in the past video about Umar Johnson and everything that I said was factual and true. And see, that's one of the problems with black folks. We will accept people who, as our leaders, who are people who are of poor character.
Hey, I want you to follow those eyeballs, all right? Back and forth. I think he's watching tennis across the street.
Who lack integrity, who conduct themselves in vile and heinous ways. They can be disrespectful towards women. They can be disrespectful towards African Americans. They can call black women.
That is insane.
Stripper thoughts. Live on air on a radio show that's broadcast throughout the nation. They can call black women maggots. They can call black men fuck boys. They can call light-skinned black males albinos, dirty niggas. They can be absentee fathers and they can skip out on paying child support for their babies and have baby mamas and don't give a shit, and yet black people will support them.
There it is.
I want to talk about global white supremacy.
That's that same line, right? That's the same logic. Anything, he equates it to that.
One of the reasons why I have an aversion to this is because there are African-American males who are seeking to do right in life, and we're not trying to scam people, and he is fucking it up for us. That's what hustlers do. That's what con artists do. They get into a serious, and I'm saying serious rut financially. That's what and then they have to figure out a way. How am I going to make this work? How am I going to survive? How am I going to get this money? I need to get money. I had gotten so deep into this project, and the debt that I was accruing was so deep. I mean, we did crowdfunding campaigns, and that helped. And you know, one of the things lessons I learned was that I should have had enough money up front prior to even starting, because what ended up happening was at a certain point, even though we had crowdfunding, that I was coming out of my own pocket. You know, and sometimes it was just for little things. Other times, I mean, I had to buy a new computer. I had to buy equipment. We had to rent lighting equipment. I mean, I had to pay interview guests, and I could only pay them a fraction of what they really deserve because of budget. You know, gas, you know, flying people out, you know, renting studio space at a certain point. I mean, it's staggering. Getting DVDs duplicated, it's staggering, especially for a father of 5 children and a wife to take care of. So I was not prepared financially for the financial burden. So we did the crowdfunding campaigns, and it helped. But it put me further and further into the hole. And that's why even like right now, I'm still climbing out. And at the current pace, it's going to take me a couple of years to get back. I mean, it's serious. It's serious. I was so deep in debt with this project. And at a certain point, I was like, you know, I'm not going to be able to get this done. I don't have the money to get it done. And there was a part of me that said, well, look, you're going to have to walk away from this. But, you know, the thing was that I recognized that there were so many people who had contributed to the crowdfunding campaigns that if I'm a man of integrity, I can't walk away. I was already into it too deep. But for me to say, you know what? I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. You know, everyone contributed. I spent the money already in order to get just to this point, and I need a certain amount of money to finish it. And I don't have that. And I'm not going to do another crowdfunding campaign. I can't do that. People have already contributed. But what did I do? I went ahead and went further into debt to get the project done, even though I wanted to back out. But you know why I did that? Even though it put us in a bad financial situation, I did that because I wanted to show people that I'm a man of integrity. And if people are going to support me, then I'm going to deliver. That says something about character. It also shows that I respect people. I have respect for people, and I still haven't shipped out all of the DVDs for the perks. I have like this, and this is for here. Oh, I don't want you all to see anyone's address. Yeah, you can see my PO box. That's okay. But I have another bin like this that I need to ship out here in the United States of America. And then I have another larger box for international. And you know what? I don't have the money to ship it all out. So what I'm doing is I'm shipping out a little bit at a time.
And the thing that's interesting about that is that he segued from, I'm a man of integrity and I deliver. And he immediately went into the fact that he has not delivered any of the perks to the people who paid for the crowdfunding. I counted the videos. It's something like 84 or something, the packages he had to send out. 40 of them were overseas packages. And so he hadn't, all of the perks that he promised were on the website listed. So you could see that he hadn't sent anything out for the people that contributed. But he's saying he delivers and he's a man of integrity. And that's a scam, because this project started in October 2015. It was supposed to be over in 6 months. This is almost 2 years later, and they still haven't received what they were supposed to receive for their contribution. That's a scam.
As money comes in, I'll ship out whatever I can, because I have to make sure that I'm a man of my word and I deliver. You see, so why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because it shows that I'm a man of integrity, and that's how. And the point is that someone like Umar Johnson hasn't actually delivered on anything.
Now that's why this is labeled inextricably bound, because you see how he connected to Umar. He's looking at the money Umar has been able to raise, and he's looking at his deficiency, the money that he doesn't have. And he's saying that Umar is not worthy. I'm worthy of that money, not Umar.
And the school is not going to happen. Potentially what is going to happen is that some government agency is going to come knocking on his door, and he's going to be in jail of the scamming. option, or based upon the persona that he puts forth as a Pan-Africanist, that he'll just move to Africa and disappear. That's another possibility, you know, because he's so deep in, and at this point, people aren't supporting him like they were before, because he has basically taken so much money, upwards to $1 million from mainly poor Black people, and yet nothing has come out of it. Nothing, not one single iota when it comes to that school. And he still has not paid child support, in his license. His driver's license has been revoked. There's paper. This is facts. How can you collect upwards to $1 million? And it may even be more than that, because that's just what, you know, because it's not just his crowdfunding campaign. It's all, you know, on, I don't know if it's Indiegogo or whatever, but also the amount of donations that he's taking in from people mailing in donations. And we're talking about what, 2.5 years, 3 years now? And there are people who are every single month, they're sending this guy money. I mean, this guy has, and even though has all this money coming in, he still hasn't paid child support. How is that possible? What does that say about the character of a man? And you haven't paid it long enough to where now you have a court order and they take your drive. Y'all do know that they do that. They will take your driver's license away. They've given you chances to pay child support, but you haven't done it. And because you haven't done it, they keep bringing you to court. And at a certain point, the judge says, you know what? We're going to take your drive. And in some cases, if you got a car, they'll take your car. Did y'all know that? And then these other dudes that be complaining, you know, yeah, my baby mama got me in court and she's doing me wrong because she's trying to make, what the fuck are you talking about? You done taken about $1 million from mainly poor Black people. You can't pay child support. Why? See, you can't pay child support because you squandered the money, but also you don't give a shit about your own children.
Wow. That video is going to be epic. All in his own voice, because man, that line right there at the end, when you see the rest of that, it's going to bring it all together. Well, I think that's enough for me for today. I'm not sure how many hours that is, but that's the basis of it. I had a pretty good walkthrough and the system was working pretty solid. And I'm gonna wrap it up. And I'll probably do it again tomorrow or later on. What time is it? Yeah, later on today, actually. And I got some ideas for how to put this together now. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Let me run through some of these clips before I go. This one here is for Speakeasy.
You're not niggas.
Now let's do Chad T. I hacked into Chad T's phone and got this from his surveillance system. In sarcasm.
What's up, bro? Oh. Chico, man. You alright? Hey, alright. It ain't gotta be like this, man. Don't gotta be like this. We can talk. I just want to go on by my way. Hey, just chill for a minute. Just let me talk to you, all right? I'm going to put mine down. You put yours down. Let's talk. I just want to go on by my way, though. Hey, everything going to be all right, bro. All we got to do is talk, all right? Hey, I done been there, dog. I done been on that side. All you got to do is talk to me, dog. What's wrong, man? What's wrong? A lot of things going on. All right, you got to put that down, though, so we can talk. And let's talk about what you got going on. I promise you. Bro, I ain't going to call the police or nothing. But you got to talk to me, all right? You can't do it like this. Let's just talk, bro. You want to make some money? Let's talk about making some money. All right? All right? This ain't the life you want to live, bro. Come talk to me. I'm putting mine down now. Come on in. Come talk to me, man. This is my brother, man. All right, my little brother. Let's talk about your little brother in the house, dog. Let's get from out here. All right?
Guys, when I tell them, you know, that I'm a surgical technician for right now, and I still want to like do more stuff and go back to school.
Where's your father?
He's in the medical field.
How's your mother and your father?
Yeah, I was raised with both of them.
You don't involve your father in your romantic life.
I try to, but he's so like, he's more high demanding than me. Like
Exactly, because he knows what's out here. You need to listen to him instead of guys you don't know on Instagram.
Ooh. Okay.
You don't know me.
I don't, but I see you
I don't-
like
you have a father. Listen to your father. Do you think he loves you?
Yeah.
Did he put a roof over your head?
Yes.
Food in your stomach?
Yes.
Make sure you got out of high school, right?
Yup.
Got any babies?
Nope.
Good. He sounds like he did his damn job. Respect him. Stop worried about a high value man. Gonna get a regular guy like your dad. Sounds like that's what you need. Sound like he did his job. Bye bye.
She loved drug dealers and thug niggas. Yeah. Yeah. Rejected all of us, we ain't having a thug in us. But stand on poetry stages complaining how this is what love get her. And I don't get it. Out here creating her own issues, yet never own up to any of her own issues. She blame us. You know, cause men ain't shit. As if it's not just the men you picking. You knew the difference. Could've had you a man and still chose that nigga. Woo! You knew women different. Boo-hooing, sniffling, crying. He broke my heart. Well, bitch, he kills niggas. And I'm trying to be real with you. He the reason mothers cry. Yeah, you mad he fuck bitches. Let's be real with you. He is married to the streets, knee deep in beef. You can only be his side bitch. Y'all looking at me like, damn, that was harsh as shit, Kim, when I'm just being honest. And honestly, you should be lucky you wasn't in his car when his ops was out there sliding. 4 niggas, black mask in a black Honda. All I can think about is your mama. What would she say when her baby got shot? Woo! I know she gonna cry and pray a lot. Your boyfriend back on the block, on social media, talking to his ops, doing TikToks. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. And you died.
The following program has been rated B for boring.
Fuck out of here with this whole ass shit. You talking to?
You're not niggas.
Keyboard warrior ass bitch.
You think everything's so damn easy, don't you, Greg?
That's true.
You were or you started. I want to eat sirloin.
Why do you feel there's a group of brothers and sisters who don't like you? Because there was a whole bunch of brothers and sisters that didn't like Jesus Christ. That's why. And ain't nobody ever been put on this earth that everybody liked. They done killed Martin Luther King, and the only thing he kept singing was, "We shall overcome in love and peace." Killed him, wiped him out. Killed Malcolm. Wiped out everybody, man. Don't you understand? And some cat hired 3 black cats to wipe out the man who was the martyr of our time. And when they killed him, he had a half a church full of people. It wasn't like it was packed and jammed. Because already he was losing. And he says it himself, if you read his works, that there's a whole bunch of niggas that don't like me. Black folks like me, but not the niggas. Which is true. And 3 black cats, 3 niggas knocked him off.
This following alleged show is hecka hella intentionally boring. Less than zero effort has been put forth to entertain anyone. The host's voice is the definition of monotone, and he knows it, and will do nothing to mitigate the wanton and reckless calm that it has been known to evoke in humans, animals, plants, insects and inanimate objects. If you proceed to this live stream, your life will be unchanged in every way. It will be the most unexplainable waste of time in the history of your existence. As I mentioned last episode, if you care about the environment and puppies, you would not be caught dead watching an arrogantly uneventful show such as this.
You're not niggas.